two different facts, two different issues, and we would oppose the motion.
I'd like to just briefly respond. The allegations against Ms. Griffin are that she made a statement at the central count location that she did not have any provisional ballots and didn't have them because she discouraged voters from voting provisionally because the ballots wouldn't be counted. And so what I have here are a number of witnesses who are going to testify that she didn't do that. I mean, that's simply what it is. And now Ms. Griffin came all the way down here from Marshall/Leslie. That's a 2-hour drive down here for a nice elderly lady who volunteers her time to work on elections. I would ask the board to, for the sake of these people who do all this stuff up in these far-flung counties, to let us have this here.
All right, we've heard from council. What's the board's wishes on this motion?
Move to deny motion to advance and consolidate.
Wow.
All in favor of denial, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay?
Mr. Lancaster, I believe that's all the motions you filed. Ready to proceed with the hearing?
Yes, Mr. Madison, but correct me if I'm wrong. Did you not send me an email saying that you would not oppose, the board was not, y'all weren't going to oppose this motion to consolidate, or did I dream that?
You dreamed that.
All right.
We did not oppose the motion to adopt pleadings, but
Okay.
consolidate we did.
All right, well, I thank the board for encouraging election volunteers.
Exactly.
All right, with that, we're going to go into our hearing on the case. It's going to be case number 2024-083. I'm going to invite our hearing officer to come up at this time.
Mr. Chair, for those of you that are on the phone, please mute yourself or we'll have to discontinue the phone feed.
Go in the hair center.
Morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
All right, the first item that I have in front of me, in terms of the notice of hearing, style before the State Board of Election Commissioners in the matter of SPEC 2024-083, the Honorable Laura Gross. Council, let me identify myself for the record. My name is Charlie Moulton, and I'll be acting as the hearing officer for this proceeding. Council, be so kind as to identify themselves for the record, please.
Wayland Cooper from State Board.
Clint Lancaster for the respondents.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'm going to move this since I am not the Secretary of State. Let me go ahead and take judicial notice of both the statutes as well as the rules that are governing this hearing, specifically Arkansas Code annotated Section 7-4-101, Section 7-4-120, and 7-1-103A, 1 through 4, and 6 and 7. All right, housekeeping matters. I've got a packet of information here. It looks like exhibits 1 through 3 and 4.24. Is that right, Mr. Cooper?
Your Honor, it's 4.1 over
4.1 to 4.23.
4.1 through 4.24.
And you want to remove the admission of these exhibits, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Lancaster, any objection?
I cannot think of a good objection.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lancaster?
I cannot think of a good objection, so I have none.
Okay, thank you, sir. Without objection, exhibits 1 through 3 and 4.1 through 4.23 are admitted. Mr. Lancaster, any of your own exhibits that you would like to introduce?
I do have some exhibits. I I can introduce them when it becomes my turn. I think I'll just wait on that. I'll hand a copy over here to the opposing counsel so they can look at it, because I don't think they've had a chance to see it.
It's up to you, Mr. Lancaster. I mean, I know you were here yesterday for how the proceedings roll. Typically what happens is we introduce all the exhibits and we give the commissioners an opportunity to review them. I'm giving you that opportunity because otherwise, as you're introducing them, they're trying to listen to testimony and read the exhibit, but it's your prerogative, sir.
Well, thank you, and I'll tell you, Mr. Moulton, this is not my first rodeo with administrative proceedings. But what I prefer to do is let the staff put on their case, and then when it becomes my turn to put on a defense at the beginning, I'll move to introduce them then.
Like you, Mr. Lancaster, it's not my first rodeo with an administrative hearing either.
Yes, sir.
So whatever your preferences is fine with me, sir. We'll go ahead, commissioners, I don't know if you have those packets in front of you in terms of staff's exhibits. If you would like the opportunity at this point in time to go off the record and review these documents, please let me know. We'll go ahead and go off the record for however long it takes you. Mr. Cooper, how many witnesses do you have, sir?
We'll have 4 witnesses.
All right, Mr. Lancaster?
4 to 6, but I reserve the right to change that number higher or lower depending on the proceedings.
Absolutely. We'll go ahead and go off the record. Commissioners, go ahead and review the documents, and once you're done with your review, we'll come back on the record and we will get started. We are off the record.
Good old boy right here. This one is shifty, a good old boy right over here. Well, folks, this is Kenny, just the right angle. The Election Commission's doing hearings regarding Searcy County. They've already denied a lot of various motions regarding this. This is basically a good old boy network, and they've been bought off by ES&S to make sure the voting machine system stays in place. Apparently, they had a meeting where they didn't allow the public to speak, and now they're having a public hearing. But yeah, this is basically, look at this, good old boy corrupt politics here.
Commissioner Brooks, Commissioner Smith, are you ready to proceed? Or do you need a little more
Well,
time?
unless they're going to start over. Start back.
All right, we're back on the record. I'm sure it's already been stated, but please, everybody present, make certain your phones are on silent or mute as we go through this process. Mr. Lancaster, do I need to provide your clients with an overview of the hearing process, or I'm assuming you've already done that? What would you like me to do, sir?
There's a lot of people here who this is their first rodeo, so maybe it would be good if you give them the song and dance.
I can sing and I can barely dance. How's that?
Well, sir, if you want to hear the sound that a cat makes when it's drowning in frozen water, I'll sing. Go right ahead.
All right, folks present, as well as the respondents that are present as well. You're hiding behind that pole, ma'am. I'm so sorry. Yeah, it's an awkward setup. So what's going to happen is Mr. Cooper has the Bearden, which means he goes first. He calls whatever witnesses he has. Once he's done examining his witnesses, Mr. Lancaster has the ability to cross-examine those witnesses. Once counsel is done with the witnesses, unlike what you would probably see on TV. You can kind of think of me as the trial judge and the commissioners of the jury. I don't make any of the substantive or final decisions. It's the commissioners. Okay? I just run the hearing for the benefit of the commissioners as well as for your benefit. Okay. But once they're done with the examination, the commissioners may ask some questions, which is different in terms of what you would normally see in a trial on TV. Once they're done with the questions, I usually ask counsel if they have any follow-up based on the questions that the commissioners may have asked. So they have an opportunity to fill in any gaps or cover any ground that the commissioners may have missed during their questions. Once Mr. Cooper's done, he'll rest, and it'll be Mr. Lancaster's turn. He'll do the same thing. It'll be the same process. He'll call his witnesses. In this instance, he'll probably be introducing his exhibits along with the examination of his witnesses. Mr. Cooper will ask questions of those witnesses. Commissioners will ask questions of those witnesses. Once he's done, he'll probably have closing statements. They'll sum it up. This body stays on the record during their deliberations. And so I'll close the evidentiary part of the record down. I'll turn it over to the chair. The chair will ask for discussion, and there'll be a motion and a vote. Okay? If at any time you folks have a question or an issue, or you want to know what's going on, make certain that you get Mr. Lancaster's attention. He'll get my attention, so we're all on the same page. My role as the hearing officer, as I said, is to run this hearing for the benefit of the commissioners, but it's also to make certain that your story is fully told in front of this tribunal. Okay? Gentlemen, any opening statements?
Yes, I have a brief opening statement.
All right, please proceed, Mr. Cooper.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commissioners, the facts in this case before you today are straightforward and are not complicated. The allegations against the Searcy County CBEC are before the board as 4 separate legal issues to be decided, each issue being an allegation of a violation of election law. Today, there will be testimony about these 4 specific issues from the CBEC, Certified Election Monitor, SBEC staff, and the Searcy County Clerk, which substantiate each of these allegations. Further, there will be documents that were obtained by staff during the investigation to further substantiate these allegations in black and white. Each of these election laws, all 4 of them, are the same election laws which every county in the state must abide. The 4 separate legal issues before the board today are straightforward. Did the Searcy County CBEC violate any of these listed election laws in conducting the 2024 general election? The facts we will present at the hearing today will show that they did, and accordingly should be sanctioned by the state board.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Mr. Lancaster.
Yes, I before I give my opening statement, I have a couple things that I need to put into the record. Number one is that I object to any type of notion that this board would be operating in this hearing in a legislative capacity, that's like a rulemaking capacity, instead of an adjudicative capacity. That objection is important for appellate purposes in our worst case scenario. Additionally, pursuant to the United States Supreme Court's ruling in SEC v. Jarsky, my clients are elected county officials. All right, they're elected by their county committees, which are Republicans and Democrats, and this board is seeking to sanction them, and those sanctions implicate their right under the 7th Amendment to a trial by jury. Now, I understand this isn't a court and you can't give us a jury trial, but I'm only saying that so I preserve it for appeal.
Understood, Mr. Lancaster. So in terms of your first motion, why is this rulemaking?
No, I'm not saying it is,
oh, okay.
But if I don't, there's a case out there and I can't think of the citation. It's just, I mean, it's not a motion, it's just an objection, kind of a statement. There's this case that says that the respondents before the board, not this board, but a different one, did not object to the hearing being conducted as a legislative proceeding instead, like rulemaking instead of adjudicative. And I want to make sure.
Not my phone.
Not mine either.
Get somebody's phone. I'm sorry, Mr. Lancaster.
We're into the call.
I'll let him end the call and then I'll continue. Sorry about that. You can't do Zoom because you get Zoom bombed, and you can't do phones because people don't use it. I mean, I get it. No, this case says that if you don't object, you waive it. And so I'm just making a statement that, to that effect.
Understood. I thought there was something more to it. You're just making a record.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. Mr. Cooper, any response to that objection?
No response, Your Honor.
And for the record, I'm going to overrule both of your objections.
That's fine. I expected it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you got to make it the record. So,
No, I understand.
may I proceed with an opening?
Please.
Lady and gentlemen of the board, what you're going to hear today is something that is very unfortunate. You're going to hear how the board's staff did not thoroughly investigate all of these allegations. And if they had thoroughly investigated these allegations, that they would have found that people were properly paid. They would have found that there was an agreement for equipment that they have no legal responsibility to even provide. And I'm talking about this audio video equipment from AVII that the county board rented. That's not in furtherance of their duties as election commissioners, because there is no duty to film or record it. There's a duty to count it, which they did. But again, that's going to come out in the evidence, along with notions of fair market value for what it was, whether it was a gift. This county has had a turnover of county clerks. I think they've had like 3 in a very short time period. My clients don't issue checks. All they do is issue requests for checks. And it's the county treasurer's job to write the checks and the county clerk's job to whatever, store them or whatever else. My clients had all their paperwork in order, and you're going to see that today. And you're going to see that payments were made. They were not made until 2025, which was after the election and after the turn of the year. But again, my clients don't have a checkbook for the county. You're also going to hear that my clients performed exactly as they were trained or authorized by either this board or its staff. You're going to hear how the training they got is the very training that the board is now alleging they've made violations of. And I think it's a travesty, but we're here today, and that's what our evidence is going to be. So with that, I have no further comments.
Thank you, Mr. Lancaster. Mr. Cooper, your first witness, please.
Your Honor, we call Melissa Jackson to the stand.
And good morning. Would you be so kind as to raise your right hand? Where are you at? You swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. All right. Anyone help you out? Please proceed, Mr. Cooper.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Could you please state your name for the record?
Melissa Judd Jackson.
And were you a certified election monitor for the state board in Searcy County during the 2024 general election?
Yes, sir.
Did you file a report with the SBEC for each date you were an election monitor there?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever been a state monitor prior to the November 2024 general election?
Yes, sir. Multiple times.
Tell me about that. How many times have you been a monitor?
Lono County and Van Buren area. I guess those are the 2 times that are on record.
Several elections, huh?
Yeah, but I worked the Carroll County elections for the last 20
That's actually my next
Oh,
question.
okay.
Do you have any experience with elections prior to becoming an election monitor?
Yes, I started working in Carroll County elections in about 27 years ago when I first moved to Carroll County. And I worked about every position in an election there.
Including commissioner?
No, I was not. I did not ever run for commissioner, but I helped with the election process and election cleanup.
Okay. Poll worker. As a state monitor, were you given a list of details to check at each monitoring location while you were working as a state monitor?
Yes, they email me it's a form and I fill it out at every location exactly the same, any location I go to.
Having done this in the past, with the form that you got in November 2024, was that the same Same forms you got in the past?
Yes.
Part of your duties, tell us a little bit about things that you check when you're a monitor. You check,
We're basically just checking to make sure, all the signs are up. I take pictures of that so that we have proof that that all is done. Make sure that there's poll workers there and that they're doing the process like you're supposed to do it. Trying to see we make sure there's handicap accessible areas to get in, all of that kind of stuff. Just basically all the laws that we all have to follow, making sure that all of those, and if they're not, I try to bring their attention to it immediately. So that
and document it.
I document, yes.
Were you present at the Landis Fire Station polling location in Searcy County on Election Day 2024?
Yes.
How many election officials did you observe working at the Landis Fire Station polling location in November?
There were 3. I was told when I got there that someone had a family emergency, and I think the mother or the woman whose husband had a family emergency and the daughter both had to go attend to that.
As part of your duties, you take pictures of various things in the poll, including the poll worker sign-in sheet.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
And so you documented there were 3 people at that polling location.
Yes, I actually had them sign in on my sheet so that I knew exactly who was there and the names were spelled right.
Okay.
So they signed in on mine.
Did you also work as a state monitor for the ballot counting process in Searcy County the following day?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe the setup for the ballot counting location?
Well, this was my first time to witness one of the hand count paper ballots. We've hand counted in Carroll County in the past that I've been a part of, but I've never witnessed it on this scale. So when I came it was set up like a gymnasium, and there was, I think 10 tables with a GoPro on each table, and TVs outside each table so that you could see what the GoPro was doing. There was scanners. There was a table for the people who had provided all the equipment, and they had a bunch of electronic equipment. I was pretty floored. I had never seen that much stuff before.
Did you take photos of the
Yes, sir.
stuff? Could you turn to, in the book in front of you, you turn to Exhibit 4.11.
Oh, okay. I think, there we go.
Yeah.
Yes, that's it.
Did you take that photo?
Yes, it looks like it. Mm-hmm.
And then there's a following photo right behind it. Did you take that one too?
Yes.
And did you take the next one?
Yes, sir.
The photos you took reflect an accurate description of the layout of the setup of the central count location.
Yes, sir.
While you were there, did you have any interaction with any members of the Searcy County CBEC regarding all the equipment?
Yes, it was a pretty impressive amount of equipment. So I did say, I think just kind of in shock, said, what does this cost? And they said, what is this costing? I think because I was including like all these workers. I come from Carroll County, which is a very small county with a very small budget. So I was like, oh my gosh, how are y'all doing this? And they said that it was being rented for $100, and that a lot of the workers were volunteering their time, and that the commissioners were taking a pay cut. And I think I kind of jokingly said, well, they won't volunteer their time again after they've been here for several days. So, but I was wondering how they would maintain that.
Okay, so as a formal election official, you've done this stuff before, maybe on hand counting, but you have dealt with elections. Would you expect to pay that for the equipment that you observed?
I object to that question because there is no evidence or any testimony that Ms. Jackson here is an expert on what video equipment would cost. She would be speculating.
Mr. Cooper, what's your response?
She is a former election official, Your Honor, so she's had experience with elections.
I think you need to lay a little more foundation in terms of her knowledge of her background.
I'll withdraw it.
You'll withdraw? All right. Objection sustained. Well, since you withdraw, I'm sorry.
Did you also take a photograph of a yellow pad with signatures on it?
Yes, I tried to document who all was working at the facility.
I think it's exhibit 4.14 there in your book.
Okay.
And what was your understanding that the purpose of this yellow pad sheet was?
That was the workers. They had them sign in before they sat down, so that those were the workers that were working the hand count.
So it's your understanding that those were the counters that had
Yes.
signed in?
Yes.
Okay. Did you observe any other poll worker list or list of election officials posted at the location?
I think I took a picture of one, maybe on the door of what, of who was supposed to be working.
In your monitoring duties, did you visit the courthouse?
Yes.
Did you notice any the postings in the courthouse that are required for elections?
I took photographs of those postings as well.
And one of those postings was the posting for election officials.
Yes.
While you were present at the count location, was this yellow pad sheet ever made available or accessible to the public?
Not to my knowledge.
No further questions at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Mr. Lancaster?
All right. Ms. Jackson, can you tell me where having audio and video equipment to record county is required in the statute or the laws? You know that,
I do not.
okay? Seeing what you saw there, would it have been possible to count those ballots without audio and video equipment?
Yes.
Did having the audio or video equipment in any way impact the manner of counting or how they were being counted?
No.
All right. Are you positive that those were GoPro cameras?
No, I was just told that.
Okay, so you don't
I didn't
even,
check the brand.
you don't know for sure what kind of cameras they even were,
I did not take it. I did not get close to the brand, no.
okay?
Took photographs, I guess we could zoom in.
Well, I mean, I got your photographs here. If you want to flip over to 411, I think it was. If you can look maybe at the second page is the closest one you have, would you agree that you can't see the type of brand that's on that camera?
No, sir, I can't read the brand.
So it's entirely possible that it is a camera that is less expensive or more expensive than a GoPro.
Yes.
All right. You ever rented a car?
Yes.
Did you pay the full price for the car when you rented it?
No, sir.
In fact, you just paid a daily fee, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Objection, Your Honor, the relevance.
What's your response, Mr. Lancaster?
Well, it's relevant to put into the record that people routinely rent things for less than their full value, and that is not uncommon or unnatural.
I'm going to overrule the objection, Mr. Cooper. I don't know how far down the road you're going to go with this, but
Not much.
okay, I didn't think so. Go ahead, Mr. Lancaster.
Ma'am, the question was, when you rented a car, you didn't pay the full value, you just paid a fee, right?
Yes, sir.
And did that seem appropriate to you when you rented the car?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in your report, you also had said that you were dismissed from the election, from the county location, correct?
Yes, sir.
Who dismissed you?
John Davidson.
So it wasn't anybody from the county telling you to leave or get out of here or anything like that?
No.
Right. And now, you have this, I think it's exhibit 4.14 is the notepad of the people that were working on counting, correct?
Correct.
These were the people counting the ballots, right?
Correct.
Do you have any, one of your allegations that was made was that Mark Cook touched a ballot. Do you remember
Yes, I have
that?
a photograph of that.
Okay. Do you have any evidence to indicate that he was not a sworn and trained poll worker?
Yes, actually, they brought that up at the beginning of the day and said that the people with that company were not allowed to work and touch the ballots. That was for the poll workers.
Okay, but that's not an answer to my question. My question was, do you have any evidence that Mr. Cook was not a sworn and trained poll worker?
I didn't see him sworn in. No.
Okay, so if he was a sworn and trained poll worker, why is it that he could not touch a ballot?
Objection, Your Honor. Again, relevance. This is not part of these allegations that are before us today. These are another matter.
Well, let me ask you this, Mr. Lancaster. Which allegation of fact is this related to? I got 4 of them here in front of me.
Take a look, Your Honor.
Sure. We got the value one. We got the posting a full list of election officials.
Well, I think it goes to that one, Your Honor, as well as the witness's credibility. She has made a report that says that Mark Cook touched a ballot improperly, and this goes to show that Mr. Cook was in fact a poll worker who is legally allowed to touch ballots.
So which allegation of fact does this relate to?
Number 2.
How is touching a ballot or not touching a ballot relative to failing to post a full list of election officials?
Well, it shows that this witness doesn't know if she saw a list. Her testimony was that she had no information that this person was not a sworn and certified poll worker or sworn and trained poll worker. So she has said that Mr. Cook has touched a ballot improperly, and that would go to whether or not he was on the list, but she's saying she doesn't even know if he was on the list.
But they started the day.
Well, Mr. Cooper?
Your Honor, this has been, was in the witness's report to the SBC. It was investigated by the board staff, and the board dismissed the allegation. It is not relevant to today's hearing. He is not on any of the list of voters or workers that have been entered into evidence.
That's not what she said. She said she hadn't seen it. She didn't say it wasn't on there. And she said, I will point Your Honor, I point to, I think it's their exhibit 4.15, which is a list of signatures. And let's just take 4.15, the very first page. Now, I don't think that there's anybody here who could testify that those 2 signatures on the right bottom are not Mark Cook signatures.
Okay, I'm a little lost, Mr. Lancaster. So 4.5.
4.15, the very first page, it's got they all have a little 5 at the bottom. The very first page, right column, bottom 2. Now, that looks like how I would sign my name if I had really put forth some effort. But I guess my point is, this is a list that was available, and this witness cannot tell me, or this is where I'm going, she can't tell me that Mr. Cook's signature is not one of these. And I'll submit.
Hold on a second, Mr.
Sure.
Lancaster. I'm looking at it. I don't see Mr. Cook listed on this list.
May I approach?
Sure. I could be missing it, or I am.
Well, see, I'm talking about these 2 right here. What I'm saying is, I can't read them either, right? I can't read them and I can't tell you that it is Mark Cook's signature or not Mark Cook's signature, but neither can the witness. And my point in making this argument is that if you look at the yellow notepad of the people counting, Mr. Cook's signature is not on there that I can see. But I posit that one of these may be Mr. Cook's signature, and we don't have any proof that it's not.
But I don't think they are, I'm looking at the charges.
Yes, sir.
I'm looking at the allegations of fact, I should say. And they're not, there's nothing in here about Mr. Cook either touching a ballot or signing something. The allegation is they failed to post the list, not that he wasn't allowed to touch or not touch, or that he was a certified election official. I think you're arguing crossways here.
Well, maybe so. That's happened in the past. But I guess my allegation too is they failed to post a full list of election officials. And when Mr. Cooper did his questioning with this witness, I think it's 4.1. Maybe. Nope. It's the one where the picture of the notepad. I don't remember exactly which one it was. Where Miss 4.14. Thank you, Mr. Cooper. 4.14 is a list of people who are working, and I'm defending this against on the proposition that the allegations are. I'm assuming that these people on this notepad weren't posted 8 days prior.
I don't know.
I don't either.
I'm speculating as well, but I can tell you in terms of Mr. Cooper's objection, it appeared to me that you were getting into a subject matter that really isn't relative to the allegations of fact. So I'm going to go ahead and sustain that objection, okay, and then ask you to move on.
Yes, sir. Miss Jackson, did you take any pictures of what you saw posted?
Yes, sir. I usually always take pictures of like all the postings.
Well, where are those?
It would be on the camera I turned into the state.
Okay. Do you have that with you here today?
I turn the camera in. I don't keep that stuff at home.
All right, well, don't you think it'd be helpful if we had a picture of what you take and posted?
Your Honor, he's badgering the witness. The witness has no control of what the state puts in their evidence.
It's cross-examination.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and overrule that. Can you answer that question, ma'am?
What is the question?
Do you think it would be helpful for us today to have a picture of what you took that was posted?
To compare to this, I guess.
Okay. Do you have any evidence that what was posted is not the same thing that's on this piece of paper or in the state's exhibits?
I gave that evidence to the state and they did the background on that.
I get it, and I understand you gave it to them, but I guess I have to ask you because you're on the stand. And if the answer is no, the answer is no. But do you have any evidence?
Do I have any evidence on my person? No.
Okay, so there's you have.
The state has, I gave the camera to the state.
Yeah, and you don't have any evidence that what you took a picture of is not the same thing.
No, not on my person. No.
All right, let me look at my notes again. Your Honor, at this point, just a sec. Do you have any evidence that the poll workers or election officials were not appropriately paid?
My person, no.
Okay, all right. Have you ever known of any polling locations to allow 3 poll workers instead of 4?
It is my understanding that there needed to be 4 there. When I arrived and there was 3, I heard the story. It's tragic. You know, I just made sure that they notified the county.
Okay.
And then I let the election commissioners know when I saw them.
Okay.
That's not my.
I understand you're just checking to see if people are following the rules. My question is, in all your time as an election monitor being at elections, have you ever known of there being a polling place with only 3 poll workers?
In Carroll County, we have had situations where we start out the day like, everybody shows up and there's not enough, and so we shift around from polling sites that have more people, but we don't start the day until we get that covered.
What was the tragic story that you were told about?
I just was told that the woman's husband had a health issue, like something major. I don't know exactly what it was, but her and her daughter had to go to the hospital to be with him.
And that was the Landis Fire Station location, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know if they ever got 4 poll workers over there, or they just only go with 3 all day?
I think I was there in the afternoon and there was only 3 there at that time. I did make sure that they called made sure, and they said that the county clerk knew. So if someone showed up after I left, I don't know that.
Okay. Now, when Carroll County had 3 poll workers, did y'all have to come before this board and explain?
Oh, because we got someone over there before the polls opened.
Okay. All right. Just a second. You know if, so you don't know if Mr. Weekly or any other poll workers came after you left?
I do not know.
All right. I have no further questions, but I reserve the right to recall Ms. Jackson.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lancaster. Mr. Cooper, any redirect?
No redirect.
Well, Commissioners, any questions? All right, ma'am, thank you very much for your testimony. Ma'am, since Mr. Lancaster has asked that potentially you be recalled, unfortunately, you're going to have to stick around. All right, Mr. Cooper, next witness, please.
You want to recall John Davidson.
Sir, do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is going to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, sir. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your name for the record.
John Davidson.
And what is your position with the agency?
I'm the Educational Services Manager.
Were you sent by the agency director to observe the November 2024 general election in Searcy County?
Yes.
What days were you present in Searcy County?
Election day and the day after.
Do you remember observing any problems with the election process on election night?
On election night, no major problems, some small problems as far as the size of the counting location, access maybe to the public being able to watch the scanning in of the ballots. But as far as, major issues, no.
Now, to clarify, when you mean the size of the counting, you mean on election night?
Yes.
Tabulators?
Yeah, on election night, the ballots come in from the polling sites, into the courthouse itself. It's a room across from the county clerk's office. It's a pretty small room where the tabulators are. And so the process of, scanning those ballots into the tabulators, like I said, it's a pretty small area. The ballot boxes are very large. And so there is some, flow issues. But as far as the actual, I don't remember any major issues that night.
Were you also present for the hand count process the following day after election day?
Yes, sir.
Were you present for the entirety of the hand count process?
Yes, sir. Definitely the hand counting process. Of course, I did take a lunch break and a dinner break, but yes, otherwise I was there the entire day.
Do you recall how long that count process took?
It started around 9:30 a.m. I would assume, maybe 9:45, somewhere in that time frame. And then I think the final postings, final tallies were done at pretty close to 4 a.m.
4 a.m. the following morning?
Yes. I guess it would be the morning of the 7th.
Yeah.
I guess that would be.
While you were there, did you recognize any of the equipment vendor representatives that were present providing the video services?
Yes, sir. I had was familiar with Mark that the previous witness spoke about. Me and Mark, and we talked a little bit during the day. He had a lot of equipment and a lot of videography kind of equipment. My background is actually, I actually have a degree in broadcast journalism. And so we talked a lot about equipment and television monitors and that kind of thing. I knew Will was there, and I saw him assisting setting up cameras and those kind of things, and working with the television. And then later on that day, Mr. Reynolds came in, Conrad Reynolds came in, and so I was familiar with him and his work with ABI.
Okay. Would you say that the equipment vendor representatives were present for the entire account process?
Yes, all three of them no, but Mark was there the entirety of the whole day till that morning. At some point, Will left, but by that time, Mr. Reynolds had got there, and then Mr. Reynolds stayed through the entirety of the night.
Do you recall, was there any time that you observed these vendor representatives when they weren't operating the video equipment or other things? What else were they involved with?
Well, I mean, they were there observing the process. They were talking with commissioners on certain, I don't know what they were talking about, but they were gathered together talking with the commissioners. At one point, the news media showed up, and the commissioners did interviews with the news media, and at one point, Mark did an interview with the news media. And so, other than just talking with folks in the crowd and some of the counters and that kind of thing, like I said, Mark, helped with the technical side of things. So he went over and helped them as far as scanning in ballots and making sure they were displaying on the screen correctly.
Did you observe any posted list of election officials at the county location?
I didn't observe any posted lists, no. The yellow sheet that y'all were talking about, I saw on a table behind the tabulation area, and I saw another, what would be the official list of election workers, again, on that same table at the backside of the room. Never saw it posted anywhere.
Did you ask or were you told what the purpose of the yellow sheet was?
I didn't ask. I assume because of.
I object to him assuming, because that would be speculation.
Sorry.
Can you rephrase your answer?
Yes. I saw the list that was on the table. I recognized some of the names that were on the table as being some of the counters that were there.
Did you ever observe this yellow sheet being posted or being made available to the public while you were there?
No, sir.
Nothing further at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Ms. Lancaster?
Just a second.
Okay.
Mr. Davidson, the place where they were doing the hand counting, was it at the clerk's office?
No, sir.
Okay. The allegations here, and correct me if I'm wrong, are that they failed to post a list of election workers at the county clerk's office at least 8 days before the election. Is that one of the allegations?
I haven't actually read the allegations themselves, so.
All right. Well, let's flip over to the notice of, it's exhibit number 1. All right, and there's a table of or notice of hearing is what it's called. And on the second page, the back of the first page, down at the bottom.
I see what you're saying.
All right, can you tell me what that says what that allegation is.
That the county election commissioners violated the law by failing to post the full list of election officials at least 8 days before the election.
Do you know what the statute requires?
Yes, that it's posted 8 days before the election.
Where?
At the county clerk's office.
Okay, do you have any evidence that there was not a list of election officials posted at the county clerk's office?
I do not.
Okay, there's no requirement, you agree with me, there's no requirement that they post a list at a county location, is there?
I do not know.
Your Honor, at this point, I'd like you and the board to take judicial notice of this statute. And what is cited here as the violation is Arkansas Code annotated 75202, little b 2, big B I. And I'm going to slide over here with Mr. Cooper and Mr. Kendricks. So the statute says that at least 8 days before Election Day, each county board of commissioners shall prepare and post in a public place in the county clerk's office its list of appointed election officials for Election Day. I would like for you to take judicial notice of that statute.
Cooper,
No objection, Your Honor, it's the law.
I'll take judicial notice of that statutory provision, Mr. Lancaster.
Thank you,
Now in
sir.
the record.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Davidson, now, it seems when I was listening to your testimony, there's two parts. There's the tabulation on election night, where they run them through the DS-200. Is that right?
Correct.
And you saw them run it through the DS-200.
Correct.
Was there anybody who couldn't get in there to see that if they wanted to?
No,
All right.
there wasn't a large crowd to watch that.
Yeah, I've had to watch those a lot in my life. It's not a whole lot to see. Then, when you were at the count location, where this notepad was it behind the ropes where people were counting?
Yes.
All right, could you see it from where you were standing, outside of the ropes?
No.
All right, did you ask to see it?
No.
Did anybody ask to see it?
I do not know.
All right, I have no further questions for, oh, hang on, before I say that. All right. Your testimony is just to this allegation about a list. Do you have any evidence about the camera equipment or anything? Do you know what kind of cameras they were?
No, they were GoPro style, but I don't know what
All right. Do you know of any requirement?
they were or any of that kind of thing.
Sure. Do you know of any requirement that the board film this or put it on camera when they could do a hand count?
No requirement that they do. It is open to the public. And so, if there was a large number of public there may be, it goes to their being able to be transparent with the counting, and display of the counting process.
Okay. Did you ever ask any questions about what it cost?
No, sir.
All right. Do you have, do you think that they could have conducted that hand count successfully without the video equipment?
Yes, sir.
Did the video equipment have any impact on how they counted the ballots?
Not as I'm aware, no.
All right, well, thank you, Mr. Davidson. I can't think of any more questions, but sometimes I'm really bad about thinking of some later, so I'd like to reserve the right to recall you.
Mr. Cooper, any follow-up?
No follow-up.
Commissioners, any questions?
You indicated that there was a vendor there, equipment vendor named Mark.
Yes,
You discussed things with him.
yes.
Can you give you an idea what kind of equipment it was, anything brand, just?
No, we didn't talk name brand.
No.
We talked, the amount of the equipment, and he had like a switcher that, kind of would see the cameras and see the TVs and what it displayed, and a couple of cameras had like multiple views of tables on the television, and again, in my background from television, we talked about, just the coolness of these, technology of today, and, years ago when I had done that kind of thing, obviously, we didn't have those many cameras, the capability of them, and so we kind of just talked about that.
But nothing about value.
Nothing about value, no.
Yeah, you kind of indicated, and I intend to went up on this. You said when you stopped talking with him, he wandered off to help the count. Could you clarify what you mean helping with the count? He was helping feed the DS200s?
No, sir. So on the process that they use is they scan the ballots when they're hand tabulating into a scanner, and then that, I believe, is like displayed or at least held in a hard drive of some kind. And so he sometimes would have to assist directing the poll workers into making sure that they were being scanned in correctly, that they were displaying correctly. Obviously, scanners had jams. There were several scanners on tables. I don't know how many scanners there were, but there were multiple scanners. And so sometimes they would jam, and he would go and help them kind of make sure everything was lined up and stacked up, and to put into the tabulator or into the scanner.
Was he touching ballots?
At one point, there was like say this was the stack of ballots. He kind of leaned over and put his hand on the ballot.
Touching ballots.
And so the monitor had noticed that, and she went to LC, the commissioner, and said, Mark was kind of leaning on these ballots, and he can't touch ballots. And so the LC has said, yeah, we told him that he's not supposed to be touching ballots. He's only supposed to be instructing. And so after that point, I didn't see him even touch or whatever. He just instructed.
I saw this visual thing that somebody that was not supposed to touch a ballot was touching ballots. Thank you, guys.
Any other commissioners?
Yes. If I understand correctly, in addition to the equipment, services will be offered and rendered throughout the course of the day as well. So in addition to equipment, labor was provided.
Yes, sir. Yeah, you kind of cut out there.
In addition to the equipment, was labor provided as well?
Yes, sir. There were members there, like I said, until 4 a.m. And actually, it was after 4 a.m. because then they had to tear down all the equipment and pull up all the boards and pack up all the televisions and all that. So I had actually left, and they were still members of AVI there tearing stuff down.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the commission? Commissioner Clemmer, your question about touching the ballots, I just want to clarify for the board itself, that's not an allegation of fact contained in this order and notice of hearing. Another sort of ancillary matter, but it's not an allegation of fact. So based on the line of questions from the commission, any follow-up from council? Mr. Cooper?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lancaster?
I do, Your Honor. Mr. Davidson, do you have any evidence that Mark was not a sworn and trained poll worker?
I do not.
If he was a sworn and trained poll worker, is there any prohibition about him touching a ballot in any form?
No.
All right, I know that's not in there, but,
Understood.
my clients also view this hearing as a chance to exonerate their names, and it's important to them.
All right. Commissioner?
The individual that you mentioned, you said that Mark's hand was touching the ballot. Who was that, and what was their time?
His name is Mark.
No, the gentleman that you, LC or?
LC Ratchford, the commissioner.
And he agreed with you?
But actually, the monitor actually talked to him. But the information I got from the monitor was he said, yeah, he's not supposed to be touching ballots, and then he went and talked to them, and yeah, he didn't after that fact.
Based on that line, questions from the commission, any follow-up, Mr. Cooper?
None.
Mr. Lancaster?
No, Your Honor.
Again, commissioners, I'll just remind you, the touching or not touching of the ballots is not a allegation of fact. So when you do enter into deliberations, just please set that aside.
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
I was not addressing that. I was addressing that an election commissioner mentioned that he should not be touching the ballot.
Understood.
To indicate
Yep.
that he was not sworn in election official.
Understood. And I'm not disputing the potential grave aspect of it. It's just not part of this particular hearing. Sir, thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Cooper, your next witness.
We call Cassie Ward.
And how are you this morning? Do you swear or affirm the testimony about you in this hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Mr. Cooper?
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you state your name for the record?
Cassie Ward,
And can you state your position in Searcy County?
the Searcy County and Circuit Clerk,
And when did your term as county clerk begin?
February 1st of 2025.
What did you do prior to becoming county clerk?
I was a deputy clerk in the office.
So were you the deputy clerk during the November 2024 general election?
Yes.
As part of your current job as the county clerk, are you the custodian of the official records of the county regarding election expenses, including payroll records?
Yes.
Tell us what the usual process is for getting election expenses paid. How does that come about?
Invoices are turned into the clerk's office.
By the CBC?
Yes. And we write the checks and send them to the treasurer's office to be signed.
And when were the expenses for 2024 done?
We close our books in February.
So you closed the county's books as far as election expenses in February 2024. Did you, at the request of the SBC staff, provide all the records that you had in your possession, or in your office possession, regarding payment of election expenses for the 2024 general election? Remember the date that you provided those? So,
I do not know.
if I told you it was May 28th or 29th, that's about right? Okay. Did you at that time have any affidavits waiving pay for any election workers from the November general election?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you at that time have time sheets of any election workers from the November general election? And you provided those? To your knowledge, all the workers who turned in time sheets received pay?
Yes.
Have any reason to believe that they didn't?
Correct.
Do you know any reason why any records from the CDC would not have been sent to your office or filed with your office?
I do not know.
No further questions at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Mr. Lancaster.
Ms. Davis, right?
Ward,
Ward, all right. Ms. Ward, how long have you been the county clerk?
since February 1st.
You look like you might be the youngest county clerk in the history of Arkansas.
Maybe.
How many who was the county clerk before you?
Jeffrey Cotton.
How long was he the county clerk?
I think a year and a half.
Was he maintaining and staffing the office completely when he was the county clerk?
Yes.
All right, and who was the county clerk before that?
Debbie Loggins.
All right, how long was she the county clerk?
11 years.
Are you elected or appointed?
Appointed.
Okay, when does your appointment end?
December 31st, 2026.
All right, now, do you know of any, so is it the policy of the county that contracts or invoices come to your office?
Yes, they're recorded in our land record system.
Okay, so where does it say that that has to happen that way?
I do not know.
Do you know of any law that requires them to come through your office at any certain time period?
I do not know.
Now, you and I spoke yesterday, didn't we? You have to say yes. I'm not badgering you, but that nice man over there is repeating everything you say. If you say, it's not clear. Now, when we talked yesterday, I asked you to provide me with a list of expenses paid on behalf of the County Board of Election Commissioners from January 1st, 2025 to present day, didn't I?
Correct.
All right, now, before we get to that, I'd like for you to see that binder that you got there. $4.22. $4.22. Oh, I'm sorry, are you there?
Yeah.
So I thought you were, I was waiting on you, I'm sorry. On the very first page there, the date for the checks dated part, do you see that in the heading?
Yes.
What does that say? What are those dates?
That is January 1st, 2024 through December 31st, 2024.
Okay, and then you sent me the list of expenses from 2025, correct? May I approach? And I've got 9 copies of these, and I wasn't planning on doing a lot of introducing with them, but I will get the copies here in just a moment. But for right now, I'm gonna mark, and for Mr. Cooper's benefit, I'm on LLF page 62 on the base numbers. It's kind of hard to see, but there's a 71 and a 72 as well. I'm gonna mark those collectively as respondents exhibit number 1. You said I could approach?
You sure can.
We'll start with 71. Can you tell me what that is?
This is a transaction report for the general fund department elections.
So this is what you sent me, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that comes from your office, correct?
Yes.
And it's a business record, right?
Uh-huh.
And you keep those as the normal part of your business as county clerk?
Yes.
All right, and it shows the expenses paid after December 31st, 2024.
Yes, this shows 2025 budget.
All right, can you tell me how much was paid in 2025? It's on the second page there, 72.
A total of $9,458.35.
Do you know who these people are on this exhibit?
Yes.
Who are they?
Poll workers, election commissioners, and then we have some vendors.
Okay. Do you, so were these people paid, why were they paid?
In 2025,
Yes, ma'am.
we had a school board election.
Okay. So do you know if, were there any of these paid for 2024 to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge. Yes.
All right, 5/21/2025.
Excuse me.
Commissioner?
It's kind of hard to follow along when 2 people are seeing something that nobody else is seeing.
He hasn't technically moved to introduce it yet, and he's got the copies of that. That's why they haven't been disseminated. Mr. Lancaster?
Maybe we could take a little side moment here. Mr. Cooper, do you have any objection? I'll go ahead and introduce him if Mr.
Sure.
Cooper doesn't have any objection.
No objection.
I thank you without objection. Respondents Exhibit 1 is admitted.
May I, publish
Yeah,
this?
please, publish them.
I started taking some of these out as well. So if anybody doesn't have them, so 2 people won't have them. I don't know which 2 because I've already mixed them all up. But for
I'm sorry, Mr. Lancaster, let me interrupt you. Just for the benefit of the commission and everybody involved, you are questioning this witness about what document in a package that you just handed out.
so
So they can get on the same page with you.
yes, sir. So my documents have what's called a base number at the bottom. It's an LLF 00 number. All right, and I'm looking at LLF 71 and 72 as well as 62.
All right, commissioners, do you have those?
Somebody's not gonna have them, so when you figure that out, please let me know.
Okay.
And I'll wait for,
Yes, sir, please. You might be missing a document or documents. Ms. Lancaster, what were they again?
62 and then 71 and 72. Okay.
I think everybody else has them, Ms. Lancaster. Or at least they're nodding my way in ascension that they have them. Commissioner Clement, do you have those? Yes. All right, I think they all have them, Ms.
Okay.
Lancaster.
All right. So we were looking at page 71, and it's kind of hard to see, but for the board's clarification, that number is right down here on the bottom. Okay? And we were looking at the date of 5/21/2025. You see that, Ms. Ward?
Yes.
All right. Who was paid on that date?
The Arkansas Voter Integrity Initiative,
How much were they paid?
$100.
Okay, was that for the school board election?
I do not know.
Okay, is it possible it was for the November 2024 election?
I do not know.
Does the county board of election commissioners have their own checkbook?
Not to my knowledge.
And the county board of election commissioners issue checks for payment? All right, I got a number page 62. You got that one? Did I give that to you? All right. May I approach again, please? All right. This is still part of what I'm marked as respondents exhibit number 1. Can you tell me what that is?
This is a check.
All right. Who's it to?
The Arkansas Voter Integrity Initiative,
Who's it from?
the Searcy County Treasurer.
Is that I think you said when you testified that you write checks and send them to the treasurer?
Yes, the checks are printed in the clerk's office and then sent to the treasurer's office for signature.
Did you print this check?
I did not.
I mean, was it your office?
The clerk's office would have issued the check.
Okay, so somebody in your office issued the check?
Yes.
All right. It's also part of your record, correct? So does this, well, you wouldn't know the answer to that. Do you have any reason to believe that there were not payment? First, hang on before I do that. I move to introduce Respondents Exhibit 1.
Respondents exhibit what now, Ms. Lancaster?
Whatever that exhibit, I marked that as, I guess they're all introduced, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
Okay, good. There we go.
You
Sorry.
have another compilation package.
I'm used to,
Yeah.
quarter inch is different sometimes.
Yeah.
All right. So I'd like for you to flip to page LLF 64. I'm going to look at 64 and 65. Can you tell me what those are?
So,
Hang on a second, I'm on the wrong page.
yeah, and Ms. Lancaster, she only has 3 pages.
Oh, geez, that's hard for her to flip, isn't it?
Yeah, you can give her the compilation package, you've just given her selective documents.
Let's go to page, LLF 03. Through LLF 17. I'll let you hang on to that. Would you please look through those pages?
Mr. Lancaster, can I interrupt you just for a second? I apologize. What is your?
We want to make sure a copy of the respondent's exhibit number 1 gets to the court order. So it's
We're gonna get to it eventually. I'm sorry, Mr. Lancaster. Please proceed.
Yes. When you've looked at all those, Ms. Ward, let me know, and then I'm going to ask you a question.
Okay,
Can you tell me what those documents are?
they are affidavits for waiver of compensation.
And the affidavits of waiver for compensation, are they for, what date?
Looks like they were signed on October and September of 2024.
Okay, so before the 2024 election?
Yes.
That's a yes. And these are waivers of compensation for working on election day in November of 2024, correct?
Yes.
Are these part of your records?
No.
Okay. Are they supposed to be part of your records?
Yes.
Do you know, at any point did you ask the county board why they hadn't submitted these?
No.
At any point, when did you notice they were missing?
When I went to pull records for the state.
Okay, at that point, did you send any notice to the county board?
No.
All right, but you have any reason to doubt the veracity of these affidavits for waiver?
No.
All right. Well, Ms. Ward, I've run out of questions for you. Unlike the other 2 people, I don't think you have to stay unless you just want to watch.
Mr. Cooper, any follow-up?
No follow-up.
Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Brooks, you look like you're ruminating. I don't know if you have one or not.
Yes, I do. So, Ms. Cassie, you were the county clerk at the time, circuit clerk.
I was a deputy clerk
You
at
was
the
a
time of the November election.
Okay. And so the funds that come through the county are appropriated funds, correct?
Yes.
Correct, okay. And the check that was $100, that fund was appropriated or given to the treasurer and then appropriated into your budget?
It was out of an appropriated line item from when we initially passed our budget at the beginning of the year.
Okay, thank you.
Any other commissioners? It's a line of questioning from the commission. We follow from council. Mr. Cooper.
Just real quick, could you read the date on that check? I don't know if that actually got in.
The date is
Date the check was issued.
5/21/2025.
Thank you.
Ms. Lancaster.
Do you know why it was issued on that date?
I do not know.
Okay. When did you say you became the county clerk?
In February.
All right. Was the county clerk's office vacant at all? I mean, was there not an elected official there for a time period?
No, it was never vacant.
Okay. Do you know when your predecessor received this information?
I do not.
Do you know when you received it?
I do not.
All right. Okay, nothing further.
Thank you, Ms. Lancaster. And thank you very much for your testimony. Commissioners, you've been going for about an hour and a half. Do you need a 5-minute stretch break, a restroom break? You ready to continue to proceed? What's the pleasure of the commission?
Need a break, please. please.
5 minutes?
Yes.
All right. We're going to go off the record, 5 minutes. Mr. Cooper, you have one more witness, correct?
That's correct.
We will reconvene, at 10:40. We are off the record.
Well, folks, that's what's going on so far. Is they have they just completed testimony. Looks like they had 2 people speak, and then a bunch of other hearings. There's a lot of attempt motions that were first introduced and denied. So while they're doing a Blake, I'm going to go ahead and do some sponsorship stuff here. First is by Rumble. When Rumble first started in 2013, they built a platform for the small creator. They didn't censor or have biases. They were fair and treated all creators equally. No one thought platforms would censor political conversation or political opinions on COVID, but they did. Facebook admitted they fell for pressure from the Biden-Harris administration. By the way, side note, Facebook's company parent group Meta is a sponsor of one of the crooked the corrupt consultants that run the Republican Party, Chris Caldwell. So let me start this over again. Like I said, Rumble first started in 2013. They built a platform for the small creator. And they didn't have to censor or have biases. They were fair and treat all creators equally. No one thought platforms would censor political conversation or regarding COVID, but they did. Of course, Meta did that. Rumble did not. They held the line. They were attacked daily for giving us a voice to talk to you. They are attacked in corporate media. They're attacked by governments like France. They are attacked from brand advertisers who refuse to work with them. Corporate America is fighting to remove speech. The good old boy networks out there. Rumble's fighting to keep it. Rumble won't survive with brand advertisers. They don't get much of it. Watching this show is the most they can ask from you, but if you really believe in the fight, you won't have the means. Major way you can help Rumble survive with joining Rumble Premium. There is a code right here. You can join the committee that believes in the First Amendment, believes in our human right to free speech. They're offering a $10 off promo code from the studio. You purchase an annual subscription. You go to Rumble Premium, rumble.com/premium, and use the promo code studio. Like I said, if you have the means and believe the cause, now is the time to join Rumble. Start a new campaign in 20 minutes. All right, folks. So I have to be 20 minutes till I start another read. Basically, what has gone on here, and I'm uploading highlights, although some of them are kind of broken up because, well, they kind of basically that's. I've missed part of this. Of course, I'm not from Searcy County. Searcy County is about maybe 2.5 hours north of here. But what's gone is the election commissioners put a 14-year ban on people that who did paper ballots. They apparently did this ban without even having due process. They're obfuscating between either having a quote-unquote meeting and having an actual where they make decisions and then having a public hearing. So there's that was the beginning area, the beginning debate. Representative Wang Long is here. I don't know of any other representatives that are here. And they have, what they've done is they have set it in a way to where they probably should have had a bigger room for this, but it's kind of the situation we're at. A lot of other people that are here. There's a group called Arkansas Voter Integrity Initiative. Let me post their link while I'm here. They're the group that's fighting to get rid of these corrupt voting machines and replace them with paper ballots. And this commission seems to be kind of a good old boy network that is trying to maintain the status quo regarding the voting machines. What's going to happen in this upcoming election, especially on hopefully on some local levels, especially county levels, is a lot of counties, hopefully we'll get enough conservatives into the Republican Party to want to change, not just Republicans, but conservatives who want to fight against the corrupt voting machine agenda and replace it with, a group of people that want voter integrity, paper ballots. Now, a little bit, I'm going to give you a shot of the crowd here. They had Kathy Juarez was one person testifying. I don't know who the other person was. I had to step out of the room for business. But I'm going to post here the link on both the comments and the live chat for Arkansas Voter Integrity Initiative. Get ready to come in. They're going to end their break. I'll have to wait for another break to before I step out again a little bit to take care of some other stuff. But follow me at Just the Right Angle. You see my card down there. I'm also on Yahoo. You can Arkansas Legal on YouTube, Truth Social, Mimi, Parlor, and Gab wants to say, I don't know if Parlor's still up. I think Parlor sometimes comes up and then dies. So let me post the link to Arkansas Voter Integrity Initiative. They are the group that's in the middle of this fight. And I'll post it here in comments. I've mentioned them before in other videos. Website. But they tried to use the ballot initiative system to initiate paper ballots. I think they succeeded in, let's say, is it Independence County? And then they've also gone through the court process, and they managed to get Searcy County to do this. So there's 2 counties that have paper ballots. A side note, another issue, and I've talked about this before, there's been real corruption has been within the Pulaski County election system where there's multiple elections still. So it looks like they're going to, the break's over and they're going to get back. So I'm going to have to move the webcam back up and get back to service. Of course, I'll have to speak.
Thank you very much. Could you go ahead and resume your seats if you can? All right, commissioners, if you are ready to proceed, we are back on the record. And Mr. Cooper, you can go ahead and call your next witness, please.
I call Jonathan Kendricks.
And counsel, for the benefit of both of you, Mr. Lancaster, your compilation exhibit is up here. It's been marked. I figure you might need to reference it, and then just remind me after we're done. I'm going to go ahead and give it to the court reporter so that it will lost somewhere through this process. But it is sitting right here. All right.
All right, and Your Honor, just to be clear, Mr. Kendricks is a very nice gentleman. I don't dislike him. However, he's been acting as an attorney in this case, and he is prohibited by the Arkansas Rules of Professional Conduct from being an attorney and a witness. He participated in that motion to quash hearing. And so for those reasons, I object to him being a witness in this proceeding.
Well, I think the rule is that he can't be an advocate or an attorney. And I don't know whether or not he said a word in this particular proceeding.
He said it on the record 2 or 3 days, or a few days ago, last week. And so I don't know, is this just for that transcript that he's going to testify about?
No, it's Watson.
Oh, well, then I mean, the rule is you cannot be an advocate and a witness. That is what the rule is.
No, the rule is that you can't be an advocate when you're going to be a witness.
Well, he was an advocate to quash my subpoenas, and now he's a witness.
That was another matter, Your Honor.
Same case number.
This is the same case number, but I think you're making your objection, and I understand and appreciate it, Mr. Lancaster. I'm going to go ahead and overrule the objection because I just don't think it's well taken. If he had been acting as an advocate in this proceeding, I I think your motion might have been well taken, your objection would have been well taken.
Well, I got another objection. I understand you're overruling that. I got another one.
Yes, sir.
Pursuant to the Arkansas Administrative Procedures Act, when requested, the agency must provide a list of witnesses. They provided subpoenas for Ms. Ward and Ms. Jackson, and I knew that Mr. Madison had said Mr. Davidson, but no one ever said Mr. Kendrick. So
You're gonna have to familiarize myself with the provision in the APA that they're required to provide you with a list of witnesses.
Give me just a sec.
Sure.
I have my fancy Westlaw pulled up here.
Banana Republic stuff going on.
It's getting there. It's thinking. All right, so it is Arkansas Code annotated 25-15-208, little a, section 3. In every case of adjudication wherein the agency seeks to revoke, suspend, or otherwise sanction a license or permit holder, the agency or its attorney, upon the request of the license or permit holder, must provide the following information prior to conducting the hearing of adjudication.
Let me stop you right there, Mr. Lancaster. Are your clients or the respondents permit holders?
They're permitted to hold office as election commissioners.
No, you're, again, that's not what the statute says. It says a permit holder.
Well, it does say a permit holder, but I think that it applies to this proceeding.
I respectfully disagree.
You know, you lose every argument you don't make, Mr. Mullen.
I know that's true. With that, I'm going to overrule without objection as well. You swore affirm the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Cooper?
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you state your name and position with the agency for the record?
So this guy.
Jonathan Kendricks, attorney.
Did you conduct the investigation in this case before the for the state board?
I did.
In your investigation, did you obtain records regarding payment of election expenses from the county clerk?
I did.
In your review of these records, what did you determine?
I determined that there were poll workers who were on a list, whether it be the aforementioned yellow pad list or a list that was provided to us by the commission a few days before the initial investigation was given to the board, that were not among the county's records of pay and were not represented by waivers either, that the county did not have at that time.
And did you find any records of payment to any video equipment vendor?
At the time for the records we received from the county clerk on or about May 28th, 29th, we received record of payment for a invoice that was given in June of 2024 for the primary. However, we did not receive any proof of payment for an invoice regarding the video equipment from ABII for the November election at that time.
So your testimony is that you did not find a receipt or any record where the county had paid that provider other than for the primary election?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you didn't find, did you find an invoice in the county clerk records for the vendor provider, the
In
provider?
county clerk records, no, sir. We did not receive a invoice for the November election in the county clerk's records.
Did you also obtain records from the CBEC in Searcy County?
Yes, sir. We received records from them around the Monday of the week of June 11th, and regarding a subpoena that was sent to them on May 7th.
And according to the subpoena, when were the records due?
They were due 3 days after receipt of the subpoena.
And when again did you receive them?
I received them the week of June 11th.
So approximately a month later?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So did you make a comparison between the records you got from the clerk, the county clerk, and the records that you received eventually from the CBEC regarding election worker pay?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what, going through those records, what did your comparison indicate, just generally?
Generally, that between the records that the CBC provided and the records that the clerk provided, that there were a few, at least 3, who were either paid when they had signed a waiver that was not provided to the clerk, or some that had signed a waiver in such a way that they indicate they wanted pay and were not paid.
Okay, so if you would refer to the binder to exhibit 4.18. Could you tell me the name, what is that? What is 4.?
It's a list of the affidavit waivers. That's my bad.
Yeah.
Sorry. It is the affidavit, I spoke to the wrong one. It's the affidavit for Georgia Apostle.
Okay. And is he on 4.17 that you just referenced? Which is
He does not appear to be. He or she.
turn to 4.22. Does his name appear in the Searcy County payroll records for 2024?
It does not appear so.
Okay. So he signed a waiver, or she, I don't know, but he's not on the list of people that supposedly signed a waiver, but he also didn't get paid. Correct to say? Okay. Turn your attention to 4.19. What is that?
It is an affidavit for Lucinda Rowland to waive pay.
And is it, appears to be the official form put out by the SBEC?
Yes, sir. It is the second page of the form that is promulgated by the SBC.
Okay, appears to be correctly filled out, correctly notarized.
It does not appear to be correctly filled out as they initial all three, as in the instructions that is in the page that is not here. So request says to only initial one.
Got it. Okay, and is Ms. Rowland on the list of affidavit waivers on 7?
Yes, she is.
And could you turn to the county payroll records again, 4.19? I'm sorry,
4.22.
yes. So page 8 of that exhibit, what's listed there?
It shows that Lucinda Rowland received pay in the order of $528 on November 27th.
So just looking at the waiver, it appears that she waived pay, but yet she's on the list for people that waived pay, but she got paid.
Yes, sir.
Reading. Okay, you'll turn to 4.20. What is that?
It appears to be a partially filled out waiver of pay for Miss Ellen Griffin.
Okay. So it's partially filled out, it's signed, it's notarized, but she didn't check anything, so it's just, I would call it ineffective, but in any event, it's not checked, correct?
Correct.
Is Ms. Griffin on the list of people who sign waivers?
Yes.
Okay. So, okay. Is she on the payroll record for Searcy County?
She is on page 11 at the bottom.
Okay, so she signed a waiver, got put on the list to be waived, but the waiver is a little iffy. But she got paid.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now turn your attention to 4.21. What is that?
It is an affidavit from the Van Dusens on one side, one Van Dusen on one side, the other on the other side, where they have marked through the I do not wish to receive pay as well as the initialing section of the affidavit.
So they signed a waiver, but they indicated they in fact wanted to be paid, apparently. Just looking at this.
From what I can see, yes.
Or either one of them on, or both on the list of people that the county CBC had a list of waivers.
They are both on the list of waivers.
And they are they on the county payroll record?
That's my knowledge, no.
So they signed a waiver indicating that they wanted to get paid, but they were both on the list of people that signed waivers and they didn't get paid. That's the gist of it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you also compare the the yellow pad, the signatures that were on the yellow pad provided by the CBEC with the official list of election workers posted at the clerk's office.
Yes, I compared the yellow pad with the list of election officials that the CBEC, the CBEC provided to me.
And if you'll turn to that yellow sheet, and I forgot the number, 4.14. First name on that yellow sheet is who?
It appears to be Michelle or Michael Maines.
Did they appear on the list of official poll workers?
As far as the ones that I received, no.
Okay. Can you read a name that looks like Marcia Tokvam?
Yes, about a little above halfway down the page.
She signed the yellow sheet. Is she on the official list of poll workers?
No, sir.
And then, just under that, Tommy, could be Tony Wimberly. Is he on the official list of poll workers?
Tony Wimberly does not appear to be on the list of poll workers.
Or Tommy?
Or Tommy.
Okay.
There does not appear to be a Wimberly on the list of poll workers and counters.
Did you conduct an interview with poll worker Brenda Smith?
I did.
And what was her position on election day?
She was a poll worker at the Landis fire station.
Did she testify to you to how many poll workers were present at the Landis fire station?
At this point, I'm going to object to hearsay. I think it is highly improper that an attorney and an employee of the state board interviews a poll worker and then comes and testifies about that. It is the definition of hearsay, and I understand the rules are relaxed. But I also understand that the board denied my motion for continuance so I could do any discovery about this. This is just, it's hearsay and it's just bad.
Mr. Cooper, what's your response?
The transcript of that interview is Exhibit 4.24.
It's already been introduced.
Already been introduced.
I'm going to go ahead and overrule your objection. And just to circle back, Mr. Lancaster, in terms of the prohibition against an attorney being both a witness and an advocate in a proceeding, that's applicable to the law rules of professional conduct. That's not an evidentiary objection. You understand that, right?
Oh, I understand that's not an evidentiary objection in and of itself because that doesn't fall under the rules of evidence.
Right.
But I don't, well, just for the record, I'll say I do not understand how Mr. Kendricks can be assisting the state, sitting at the council table, interviewing witnesses, and building the case and not be an advocate in this proceeding.
And that may very well be the case, but that's more an issue for the bar, is it not?
No, actually, the Arkansas Rules of Professional Conduct allow a presiding officer to limit or strike any type of testimony. It's not just that he could be in trouble. I don't want him to be in trouble. I don't like dealing with the Office of Professional Conduct either. But I also don't think that he's a proper witness because of that rule. And the Supreme Court, I believe, has upheld that time and time again.
Okay. Well, again, I just wanted to get clarification. The objection had already been overruled, but I just want to make certain you're on the same page with me in terms of the law rules of professional conduct, and your objection was an evidentiary objection.
I understand, and and I understand that just to be clear that you're overruling me again, which is not uncommon in my situation.
I understood, Mr. Lancaster. Mr. Cooper? I'm not even certain where we were at this point. Oh, it was a hearsay objection. I overruled it. Please proceed.
What was the testimony of Ms. Smith regarding how many poll workers were present at the Landis Fire Station on election day?
During the investigation, during that interview, she testified that it was her and two others.
Just going back to when you were gathering the documents for the investigation, where did you obtain the list of poll workers?
As far as the list for poll worker assignments, we received that from the county clerk whenever we went up there and FOIA'd the documents. And then as far as the poll workers encounters, the CBEC provided that to us the week of June 11th.
Okay. No further questions at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Ms. Lancaster.
All right, now, Mr. Kendricks, you said, where is this list that was posted with the county clerk's office?
Which list are you?
Well, it's pursuant to the statute, there's supposed to be a list of all election workers posted at the county clerk's office, correct?
Yes.
8 days before the election, right?
Yes.
And your testimony is that you viewed that list.
We received a list that was purported to be the proper list that was posted from the CBEC of all poll workers encounters that we received via the CBEC and your office on June, whatever that Monday would have been, on the 11th.
But you did not receive the list that was posted.
That was the list that was purported to be posted.
Okay, purported by who?
Your clients.
Can you tell me where that's at in this book of exhibits?
That would be 4 points.
1-3.
That would be for the first page in 4.13. Would be the list that your clients provided our office during the investigation of the complaint.
Okay. And so you're saying that Georgie Apostle doesn't appear on this list?
I did not say he did not appear on that list.
What list is it he doesn't appear on?
I would have to refer back to the question that I was asked about Georgie Apostle.
Okay. Who is it that you're saying is not on this list but was a poll worker?
The very first person on the sign-in sheet that was testified to by Mr. John Davidson, Michelle Maines, last name Manes, does not appear on the list that your clients provided.
Now, what happens, Mr. Kendricks, if somebody comes to volunteer or work after those 8 days?
I would have to review the statute.
Is the County Board of Election Commissioners prohibited from hiring new people after that 8 days? To your knowledge?
I would have to review the statute.
What statute would you like to review?
Off the top of my head, I cannot remember the statute that this would fall under.
I think I got it. Here, hang on a second. All right. Can I approach? Don't draw my iPad, Mr. Kendricks. I'm very partial to it. That is the statute. Let me know when you're done. Just for your clarification, the actual notice of hearing points to 7-5-202, little b, 2, big B, I.
Ms. Lancaster, just for the record, That's the statute that you just handed this witness on your iPad?
That is correct.
Thank you, sir.
I have read this.
All right, let me take that back. Well, you want to hang on to it, or you?
I can hang on to it.
All right, just. All right, good deal.
I'll set it right here so you know I don't drop it.
Well, thank you. So does it say there that they cannot hire new people after those 8 days?
It does not say they cannot hire. However, those election officials would still have to be properly trained.
Okay. Is that impossible to do on election day or the day before election day?
I do not have the expertise to, at this time, to state how long it would take to train.
All right.
Individual poll worker.
And that's okay. That's quite okay. I got my notes up there. I'm going to take that thing back. Would you agree with me that well, let me ask you this way. Do you know that these people that were getting paid who'd signed waivers, is it possible that they agreed to volunteer to like count ballots, but not volunteer to work the polls?
All I can testify to is that the waivers that we received were not with the clerk and were not with the pay records, that they are per the first page of the waiver, that they are to be kept with.
Okay, do you know of any statute that requires the county clerk to keep those affidavits and waivers?
Per the statute, the waiver is promulgated by the SBEC.
Yep.
And per the waiver that is promulgated by the SBEC, one of the instructions is that the waiver is to be kept with the payroll of the poll workers with the county clerk.
Is that in the statute or is that what's on the SBEC?
That's on the SBEC affidavit that is promulgated per statute.
Is that an SBEC rule?
That is an SBEC document, waiver that is promulgated.
Okay, I'm asking, is there any rule or statute that requires that they put it with the county clerk's office instead of keep it as their own record?
There is not a rule or statute.
Well, how is it they're in violation then, Mr. Kendricks, if they're not violating the rule or a statute?
They violated the proper procedure of using the waiver.
That's codified or memorialized where?
In the promulgated waiver that they used.
So this statute here says, wow, Mr. Cooper's gonna say I'm badgering you, and I don't want that. All right, now, have you ever heard of a county clerk telling a board to keep their own records?
I have not, but of course I am also relatively new to the election field.
Welcome to the club, sir. All right, Mr. Kendricks, I've run out of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lancaster. Mr. Cooper?
Yeah, it's a follow-up. Is it your understanding that all election officials have to take a course promulgated, supervised by the State Board of Election Commissioners prior to being an election official?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further.
Mr. Lancaster?
Yes, sir. Well, tell me about this course. How long? What is it? Is it a set of PowerPoints? Is it a written thing they got to read? Is it something? What is it?
Relevance, Your Honor, objection.
You opened the door.
I was going to say, I'm over on that objection. Mr. Lancaster? Mr. Kendricks, do you need that question repeated?
Can you repeat the question?
So this promulgated course that poll workers have to take before they can be a poll worker, that's their training. What is it?
To my knowledge, it is a course that is either put on by the SBEC or by the CBC using either SBEC materials or SBEC approved materials, training the poll workers poll workers and election officials prior to them working as election officials, and them taking a test, which they pass, prior to them serving as election officials.
Did the state board ask for any evidence or proof that these folks had taken the course or passed the test?
I would have to review.
So you, just as you sit here, you don't know.
At this moment, I do not know.
Would you agree with me that any such documentation is not in that binder?
To my knowledge, it is not.
Okay. So you have no way to know whether they were or were not trained or passed the test or failed, do you?
I do not.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Cooper?
Nothing further.
Commissioners, any questions? Yes, sir.
Kendra, do you have any information on any reimbursements that were denied to the county because of a poll worker not being trained from the state?
I do not, but then again, in my position, I do not handle the reimbursements, so I do not have that information.
Mr. Kendricks, when was the subpoena issued?
The subpoena was issued May 7th.
Did you receive documentation?
June 9th, I think would be the day.
What's the legal statute for that? How long do they have to respond?
The subpoena gave them 3 days to respond.
Any other commissioners? Based on a lot of questions from the commission, Mr. Cooper, any follow-up?
No.
Ms. Lancaster?
Mr. Kendricks, were you not made of, when did you start working for the state board?
November 4th of last year.
Are you aware that the county board asked for additional time to complete and comply with that subpoena?
I am aware, however, that request came in, I think, 5 days after the subpoena was sent.
Do you know what the county board of election commissioners was doing when you sent them the subpoena?
I do not.
Would you be surprised to know that they were conducting a school board election?
I would not be.
How difficult do you think it would be to comply with your subpoena and conduct a school board election?
I cannot speculate to how difficult it would be for your clients to comply with a subpoena.
Do you ever ran an election of any kind?
I have not.
All right. Also, did they not ask for additional time because they had vacations planned out of the country and such?
I cannot recall at this time.
But y'all sure didn't give them any extensions, did you?
Can you answer that?
I don't have.
Why not? Why didn't y'all give them an extension?
That would be speculation.
No, I want to know why you know. I don't want you to guess. Why did you, as an attorney?
I do not know.
Okay, did you have the authority to give them an extension?
I am unsure.
Well, who does have the authority to give them an extension?
I don't know.
All right, thank you.
Cooper?
Yes, for these same records that you subpoenaed from the CBEC in Searcy County, were those also those same records subject to FOIA?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Ms. Lancaster?
I wouldn't dare, Your Honor.
All right. That was a long line of questions in terms of follow-up from the questions of the commission. Commissioners, do you have any follow-up based on that testimony? All right, sir, thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Cooper?
No further witnesses. No further witnesses.
All right, sir, do your rest.
We're resting.
All right. Lancaster?
You know, I know this is an administrative body and not a court, but I would make a motion at this time for a directed verdict or to dismiss, because there's not been sufficient evidence put on that these folks violated these laws. I've not heard any testimony about these cameras in Section 1 that they were actually even required to use them. And so the fact that they did it when they weren't required cannot be a basis to sanction them. And additionally, they paid the value. There's no evidence that they did not have a full list of the election officials they had at the time posted at the county clerk's office 8 days before. There is insufficient evidence that that people weren't paid who were supposed to be paid. And additionally, there's no way for my clients to pay them. I mean, they don't write the checks. And so, and the Landis polling station, I guess that's the only one I wouldn't include because somebody testified there were 3 there, not 4. But at that point, that's my motion.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Lancaster. Mr. Cooper, do you have a response?
I do have your response, Your Honor. We have put forward evidence establishing that all of the facts that are in the notice of hearing have been proven with testimony and with documents. And I would submit that the opposing counsel is grasping at straws.
Mr. Lancaster?
I don't think it's a straw, but I get his point.
Why don't we do this? So in terms of, I think just for the clarity of the record, for the benefit of everybody involved, I can't decide these motions. They are what courts call dispositive, so I can't grant a motion to dismiss, and I can't grant a motion for directed verdict. And to kind of set the table for the commission, if you're not familiar with what a directed verdict is, what Mr. Lancaster said is that there hasn't been sufficient evidence in the way of exhibits or testimony to find that the respondents here have violated the law as it relates to these allegations. So it's just like it's not the law itself, it's the allegations of fact. Mr. Cooper's burden is called the preponderance of the evidence in an administrative hearing. That means it's a more likely than not. If Mr. Cooper has provided enough evidence to tilt it just slightly over that 50%, then under the rules, he's presented enough and you can hear from the defense. If you believe that he has not provided enough, 50%, 50.1% or whatever burden to get over the preponderance of the evidence, then you should grant Mr. Lancaster's directed verdict. All right? I would suggest for the commission, and I'm going to turn it over to you, Mr. Chairman, that you take up each one of, let me get my eyeballs here, that you take up number 1, have a discussion and a motion on that one, number 2 and number 3 separately, a motion and a discussion on each of those first 3. Mr. Lancaster has not moved for directed verdict on allegation 4, so you can hold that one off. Counsel, are you comfortable with the way I have described what they need to do here? Mr. Cooper?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Lancaster?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to turn it over to you. If you would be so kind as to take those up independently, those first 3, and a motion, separate motion on each one. I know that everybody present, as well as the record, is going to appreciate it. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right, we're going to take them up one at a time. The first issue, number 1, regarding something of value from an unapproved source. Do we want to have discussion on this? What's the board's will as to the first issue and directed verdict?
I would like to continue with the discussion on, and hear from the defense. From the evidence that was presented this morning, we still have questions as to whether or not it was handled and paid for appropriately.
So essentially a motion to deny the
request.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Couldn't hear the motion.
Motion was to deny counsel's request for directed verdict as to issue number 1 in the case.
I'll second.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. All right, moving on to issue number 2. County Board of Election Commissioners violate election law by failing to post a full list of election officials at least 8 days before the election. Same question, what do we want to have discussion on this, or what's the board's will?
I would like to discuss it, but I am at this point ready for the directed verdict to dismiss. Can we discuss now?
Yes, sir. So,
Okay. Yeah, I've served as a county election commissioner, and there's a lot of confusion going on, but in the testimony put today, I can't feel beyond a reasonable doubt that that list of voters was not posted in the county clerk's office 8 days before the election.
Commissioner Luther, that's not your burden. Beyond a reasonable doubt is way, way up there. It's preponderance of the evidence, so it's more likely than not.
Okay.
So if you feel that there hadn't been enough evidence to support that particular allegation that Mr. Cooper provided to you, then your motion would be to grant the directed verdict. Is that what you're asking? I apologize, Mr.
I
Chairman.
apologize. I'll make a motion to grant the directed verdict on number 2.
With respect, I disagree. Specifically because the list that were provided was not the same as what the photos were taken up. So we have conflicting lists that we're trying to understand, and the list that was provided by the county board does not match with the list in the photo. So I would like to understand why that list does not match and how they can show that they had the correct list posted.
do we have any further discussion on the motion before I ask for a second? Do we have a second for Commissioner Luther's motion to grant the motion for directed verdict as to issue 2? The motion fails. Seeing none. Do we have a motion as to what to do with issue 2?
I make a motion to reject council's request for a directed verdict.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
The directed, as to issue 2, directed verdict fails.
Is it possible for me to ask for a roll call vote? Because I didn't hear a quorum vote.
I agree with you, Ms. Lancaster. Maybe not necessarily a roll call vote, but a show of hands. And I can go ahead and name the names.
Show of hands would be fine. I'll ask again. And this motion is to dismiss the motion for directed verdict by counsel for the respondents. All in favor of dismissing the directed verdict request, raise your hands.
All right, I noticed that there are 4 votes in favor. Commissioner Luther, you're in opposition, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, so that motion to deny the motion for directed verdict on count 2 was denied by the board.
All right, moving on to issue 3. County Board of Election Commissioners violated election law by failing to ensure all election officials were either paid appropriately or, in the alternative, failed to appropriately document officials as waiving pay. What's the will of the board? We want a discussion on this issue. And this is just as to the motion for directed verdict at this time.
I would like clarity on this matter, as the affidavits that indicated whether or not they did or did not wish to be paid do not match with records of who was and was not paid. And so from that standpoint, there is a conflict, and it does appear that this is appropriately addressing that conflict. So I would like to hear more, and I would make a motion to reject council's request for a directed verdict.
All right. All in favor of the rejection, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. All right, issue 3 is also rejected.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that, Mr. Lancaster, do you need a small break to prepare? Or are you ready to proceed?
I definitely am going to need a break to prepare. I need to have a powwow with my clients.
Okay.
And also, I always tell my clients not to get up there and testify on an empty stomach. because the state starts out with breakfast, and by the time lunch rolls around, my clients get that hard to focus feeling. But before,
and I think if I'm not mistaken, lunch is supposed to arrive for the board at 11:30. Is that right? Okay, it is here. So this may be a perfect opportunity to take, how much time do you think you're gonna need, Pastor?
I don't know.
I mean, I always say, an hour and then.
Let's do an hour. Let's do an hour. That way nobody has to rush.
Yeah, no.
I will let you and the board know that reconvening, I'm not making the motion at this time, but when we reconvene, I'm going to move to either continue Ms. Griffin's hearing, that is tomorrow. She has told me she has a doctor's appointment in Branson that would take her months to get out of or get back in, and she needs this for surgery. And I know and like George Ritter very much. I have a lot of respect for Mr. Ritter. And I know that if Miss Melinda Harris Ritter can be absent for her husband's health, then surely we can continue this case for Ms. Griffin. So just something to think about while you eat, and I'll make the motion when we come back.
All right, sir, thank you very much. Folks, we're gonna go ahead and go off the record, and we will reconvene at 12:30 in the afternoon. Thank you.
Isn't this fun on your day off?
All right, folks. Well, this is, get this set up right. Folks, this is Kenny with Just the Right Angle. Here to give another update on what has gone on. Let's see what else is going on here. I missed a lot of what actually happened. For 13. Cheers. Folks, I'm going to do another ad here as soon as I find one that I like. Don't like that one. Okay, here's one. I do these to earn some money, so yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do this. Well, folks, they're on a lunch break right now, so I'll do a quick ad. This is by All Right Outdoor Crew. If you're into fishing, camping, or getting off the grid, meet your new best friend, the Hunter Orange 25 quart cooler from Caddis Sports. This isn't your average cooler. It's roto molded for max durability, bear proof. I don't know. Bear proof. Bear proof, I guess if it's, I don't know if it's bulletproof or not, but it's bear proof and 20% lighter than other brands. So it's easy to haul, whether you're deep in the back country or just setting up at the deck. You'll get up to 3 days of ice retention thanks to thick, high-performance insulation. That means cold drinks, fresh food, fewer ice runs, whether you're chasing muttons offshore or posted up at a campsite. Best part, it's 50% cheaper than the big-name coolers, but still built to perform season after season. Unlike all Caddis Sports name brand gear, it's proudly made in the USA. Use promo code at checkout for 10% off your order today. That's caddissports.com. Go grab the Hunter Orange 25Q cooler and keep your next adventure ice cold. And if it's bear proof, I wonder if it's bulletproof or not. I don't know. You could fill it with ice or pipecrete and make a bunker out of it. I don't know if you could do that or not, but sounds interesting. So that's an ad for that. I'm going to complete that. Let's see if I can do some more ads here. I can start a new campaign in 20 minutes. Well, folks, that other beeping sound is my camcorder. I stopped it. I did have to step out for a little bit. I can read you all the news here. I'm not going to do lunch right now. They're in a lunch break. I grabbed a copy of the Arkansas Democrat Gazette that's available here at 501 Woodlawn, this building. Hey there, Carl. Good to see you, man. You doing all right? I'm doing wonderful. I'm up here. I'm doing a live stream. They just went to lunch break.
I will abstain. I will abstain from that.
Oh, okay. Is a patriot here, Carl Watson, great patriot. Involved a lot of people here showed up to this to see what's going on. I just actually did an ad. What'd you think of some highlights that went on here?
I have this. I guess you'd call it a recurring memory from my childhood when they had a cartoon on TV that showed a little steam engine going up a hill.
Yeah.
Called The Little Train That Could.
Yeah.
It gets all the way to the top and starts spinning its wheels and sliding back down. And I have flashbacks of that.
Yeah. A lot of back and forth that's going on. I don't see anything in the live chat. Good sound quality, thanks. Thank you, 1776. No other comments here. And an ad from Analytic Bro Gwindu. Here, I'll put a video of some other stuff that's going on here. Let me see if I can find another video regarding Arkansas paper ballots on either YouTube or Rumble, and I'll put that as an ad. And then I don't know how long the lunch break's going to be. I think it's maybe an hour, but I'm going to take me a little bit of a break, and then I'll see.
Because Ellen, who's she had to go with it.
Yeah, but I don't think you did that. Sure. Because the defense guy, you was the one who did make a motion.
Howard Stern's being canceled. Okay, here we go. Here's something. Well, I probably inappropriate. They may use some language that's not suitable for. folks. Let me go to my studio under YouTube, because YouTube does have closed caption, and I'll show a little example of some of this. Let me see if I can find voting machines, because I've done several videos of this. I actually was at a hearing regarding voting machines. Well, I don't have any that are that long. Let's try paper ballots. I need to find a live stream on this. Oh, I can see if I did my Pulaski County thing regarding.
How can he file a complaint? And what is the complaint? And then
Oh, they're at Subway. Okay, I may go to Subway.
And it says,
So I'm going to leave you with this. This is one of my older. Oh wait, I got it. So I talked a little bit about paper ballots on this one. I'm going to share this screen. This will be.
So what got me at the date of this?
And filming for Justice Lady running for Justice of the Peace. Big news that's going on today. The big news that came out regarding Arkansas is that there is a massive amount of lithium that's been found in the southern area of the state. They call it the Smackover area, but it's the very south end of Arkansas and parts of a few other states, Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi. Lithium is, of course, the big thing now, especially with the electronic vehicles. This is going to have to be the crash and burn, for a little while I do go to lunch break. Can be shut down by either the government or by hackers. Hopefully, when we get back from lunch break, we'll be able to set this up and we'll resume. And so the demand for lithium has been pretty high. Later. It's also in a lot of our devices. It's in our phones right here, your laptop. You're watching this with something that has most likely has a lithium battery in it.
And then it says state law, right?
And so as you know, this is the future mineral. It should be a boom for the people of Arkansas if Arkansas can get the right type of government. If we get the right type of people who care about who believe in capitalism, in the Judeo-Christian Constitutional Republic on which this nation was founded, it can be a big bonus. If, on the other hand, we get what we have now, which is backroom deals used to make legislation, where the Arkansas Association of Counties and the Municipal League and the Chamber of Commerce and other nefarious groups meet behind closed doors, order their folks in the Republican Party to write up legislation, and then all of us, we the people, are supposed to accept it, which has been done in the past, then we can end up with all kinds of failures. But anyway, this is credit to Newsmax. They're overall a conservative group. There are some things I disagree with them on. You can find this story in other news sources, but I decided to give them props because they're much more conservative on a national level.
I'm not going to do this.
And of course, they talk about how, again, this is going to electric vehicles. I do not want to get in electric vehicles. As a matter of fact, I wish they made vehicles that did not have things like GPS in the car and ways, internet access in the car to where someone can hack into the vehicle. There's all kinds of TV shows and genres where that happens. Ghost in the Shell, iRobot, the evil robot hacks into the guy's car, almost kills him. It's just not worth it, okay?
They didn't try me that.
Get you a car that doesn't have that. I tried to get a vehicle that has a minimal amount of bells and whistles regarding that. In addition to expense, it's the fact that people who hate you can track you. And that's the scary thing about electric vehicles. But, lithium, like I said, is going to be a great thing, bring lots of jobs if done correctly. And speaking of choosing people, the founders of this nation gave us the ability to choose our officials. There is, of course, an election for president and lots of other places.
Because again,
Every Arkansan can cast their ballot for state treasurer, chief justice of the Arkansas Supreme Court. As I mentioned before, the Republican Party is backing Rhonda Wood, who I believe will show up on the ballot. I have a printed out paper, a sample ballot here. And where is she? Yes, she has Justice Rhonda Wood for state Supreme Court justice position 1. And a lot of people have recognized her as being the far more conservative for that choice. You get to vote for your U.S. representative. I don't believe any U.S. senators are up for election this time around. Within the Arkansas Senate, some of them are up for, depending on your area, some of them are not. Every House official should be, every person elected to the Arkansas House of Representatives is up for election. Whether or not they have an opponent is a whole nother matter. And sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. It depends on who bothered to file. Conduit News has an excellent article on where to find things like your what district you're in. You have voter view. You can locate your elected officials. You can print off a sample ballot. I urge people, probably a good idea to do that, especially with the issues, which I'll get to in a little bit. There are actually 3 issues that are on the ballot.
Hearing, yes, but meeting.
Only 2 of them actually will count as of rulings under the Arkansas Supreme Court. But you can print off a 2-page. Usually, the sample ballot should be only 2 pages.
Over the $100.
And it'll have the entire issue of issue 3, which takes up, I think, one of the pages is just for issue 3. Let me look at this. Yeah, part of issue 2. And then the rest is issue 3. That's like the second page. So generally speaking, for most of your elections, depending on how many other constables and justices of the peace may be in your area, you'll probably only have federal, U.S. Congress, state, treasurer, state representative, your state representative if they're being challenged, constable,
Enterprise,
or sheriff. And then maybe a municipal position. You'll oftentimes have unopposed candidates, and you can vote for or against, it doesn't matter. And then you'll have non-contested, and then you'll have the issues. But do prepare to vote. Have an idea of planning on that. Again, in addition to getting a sample ballot, research the candidates as best you can. Don't go by what flowery speeches or plans. Go by what they've done. Go by what this is. You're basically in a hiring process, and you can't even go to a fast food joint and say I'm the most popular person. They pick people based upon how you perform, what kind of work you've done. I have a record of fighting against taxes, even though I've never run for office. I've campaigned against multiple taxes. Speaking of which, if you're in the city of Little Rock, vote against the tax increase. They are wasting millions of dollars on pet projects instead of actually fixing, spending it, prioritizing on police and fire. It's all public-private partnerships. $12 million, I think, is going to a solar panel factory in the port area. So many $1 million are going to the zoo. Millions of more dollars are going to tourist pet projects. And even some of the money that they claim goes to infrastructure, oftentimes they get wasted on things like charging stations or bike paths. And you don't see it until it's buried deep in the language there. So do be careful. Generally speaking, I have yet to see, I know there's another tax increase that's going on, and I believe Jonesboro, and I believe there's one in Saline County. If you know of these tax increases, let me know about them. Fort Smith, I think, is doing one as well. Generally speaking, they used to be done in special elections. What these city and county governments used to do, because they don't want to actually govern, is put these on scheduled dates when they know most people won't show up, and hope that they could sneak it through. Unfortunately, we banned that effort. We banned that act after several attempts in a Republican supermajority legislature. So but it's still going to be on the regular ballot. And Little Rock is a blue city within a blue county, so make sure people get out and vote, especially in the city-wide elections, to vote down these tax increases. These government officials do not need more money. They need to govern, they need to budget like we the people. And on that line, a similar issue that I've talked a little bit about before is the wind farm issue. I mentioned the solar panel. There was wasting $12 million in a solar panel area in Little Rock. Years ago, there was a company called LM Wind Power where we, the people in Arkansas, had to spend $150 million to shell out for a wind turbine factory that was supposed to produce so many hundreds of jobs and of course, save the earth from the evil of carbon, even though carbon's 0.4% of the Earth's atmosphere, and man's contribution to that carbon's only a small fraction of that. But the other scam green industry is the one called wind farms. And there is some kind of sneaky effort to put wind farms in Boone County, which is north area. It's Harrison. These people have already had the fight against the, oh my goodness, now I can't remember the name of it. It was Bitcoin mining that was done by the Chinese government. And the folks in Harrison had to fight in that effort. If you follow me around, you know I've been involved in that war. But now there's some kind of sneaky backroom deal to put in some wind farms. And wind farms are an absolute scam. They have been. Here's a guy here that's been contacting all their justices of the peace, they call JPs, regarding on these potential windmills. No response, and this guy's trying to get. And so this guy he's heard from Mark Methvin, one of Boone County's JPs, who's opposed to the windmills. So again, these local elections, find out who your justice of the peace is. And here's some stories about windmills. I think here's a video actually about this mill. So you know these things, they catch on fire. They take massive amounts of money and carbon to make. And they take massive amounts of resources just to maintain. And so here I'm going to play this video. I'm going to try to see if this plays. If it doesn't play, sorry, folks. So some of these things, they have to be oiled in order to maintain. And okay, maybe this one will be the one that actually plays. If not, that tricked me. It has a play button, but it does not play. I know they had a video on these. Oh, here's one. Here's actually a better one anyway. This is a lady who's organizing the efforts. Concerned citizens of the Ozarks, stop wind farms in Boone County. If you're in this area, you need to join this group to get updates on what's going on regarding town halls on this issue. And even if you're not, you still need to join this group, help them out. These, again, your local folks. They're not being bankrolled by out-of-state or globalist groups that are just on their citizens on their own fighting for your freedoms. And remember, if they succeed there, sooner or later, it's something like this is going to be in your backyard. So let me hear this lady here. I believe it's.
Hello, this is Caroline Rogers. I'm in Madison, front of the courthouse, and I'm going to be speaking about the wind turbines in Carrollton.
That's why they will try, I hope they'll do Ellen today. I really wish they'll rethink and do Ellen
Boone
today.
and Baxter, Madison County, all these counties are involved. Did you know that these wind turbines can weigh up to 575 tons? One wind turbine. Folks, this information has got to go out there. We've got to understand what we're dealing with. We need to understand all about the taxes, how long it's worth. Stay tuned for more information.
Okay, so they definitely do need better audio there. I'll try to attend one of these events and film this, but yeah, concerned citizens of the Ozarks, and I can't read this Rogers for Justice of the Peace. Yeah, these are these people that are fighting for your rights.
Eagles concert in the Sphere. The Sphere out there.
Oh, and they have a billboard apparently. Maybe this is from this. I don't know if this is from here or that area or not. There's this base that has to be set to have these wind farms, massive amount of concrete.
The next thing I get in the mail.
And then when it's done, it's stuck there. So that fight's been going on. And as I mentioned before, I was involved in the effort to gather signatures to put on the ballots for several counties, paper ballots, which are a lot more reliable and far harder to commit fraud with than the electronic voting machines. Now, the Arkansas legislature apparently has some members that are vehemently opposed to paper ballots, and they had a faux pas hearing in their joint performance review committee trying to split hairs and find out regarding the possibility that some out-of-state canvassers may have had some addresses changed, which they themselves have yet to admit is even wrong. Now, the hearing, you can see the live stream on the Rumble channel, just the right angle. But afterwards, they had public comment, and this guy from Batesville, Brian Norris, did an excellent job of basically summarizing what really happened here. There is a partial version of this speech on Twitter X, but I just posted this guy's video. And like I said, I just uploaded this video not too long ago that I took of Brian Norris talking to the Arkansas legislature. It was known as the Joint Performance Review. I think on here has the link. Okay, well, this was the last hearing regarding paper ballots that I filmed in live stream. And then this was the live stream. If you want to see the whole thing, it's about 3.5 hours long. But there's the link for that. But here I'm going to play Brian Norris from Batesville, Independence County, when he talks about a whole host of issues. Let me just play this here.
Norris, I'm not here representing the group, but I was the lead for the Independence County Paper Ballot Initiative, so in some format you can say that I represent that group. Who am I? I'm a retired United States Army First Sergeant. I spent the last 21 years teaching America's finest how to hunt down their fellow man and execute justice. I was very good at this job in this training. And testimony to that is 5 combat deployments. I never lost one soldier that was under. And the reason why that was because I paid extreme attention to details. I pride myself in discipline. I immerse myself in whatever it is I do, and I cross every T and I dot every I because lives did depend on it. My nation was at war for 20 years. The entire time I was on service. And I paid extreme attention as if lives were going to be at risk, which they were, to what I was doing because implications were lives lost. During this process, after I retired, I had an idea of what I thought our country was. And I fought for that idea. I bled for that idea. I spent 6 months in Walter Reed for that idea. And I'd do it all over again. But that idea has been crushed. It's been smashed. All I wanted to do was give a will of the people in Independence County a voice and how their votes were going to be counted and added. That's it. Just to put it on the ballot and say, hey, you want it or you don't. Pretty simple. I have been met with roadblock after roadblock and after roadblock. But because of my attention to detail, everything that they put in front of us, we knocked down. That's why we're the only county out of the 9 that are going to have it on the ballot this November. Because we set a record for the number of signatures that we captured in Independence County. There were a few paid canvassers that came to our area. They amounted for about 130 to 170 votes, something like that. But they never came to me. We didn't need them. And that's why we're on the ballot this November. And to be sued by my county clerk and have to go all the way to the Supreme Court to simply have something put before the people to say, would you like this or not? We didn't have a choice on machines. They showed up one day. Well, you didn't give us an option. So we said we're going to an option. Well, some of the things that happened in this day on August, after I submitted our petition, I then the very next day FOIA'd my county clerk because immediately they said it was an insufficient title. That FOIA produced some pretty amazing information. We submitted our petition on August 7th. Through that FOIA, on August 5th, we found emails from Daniel Haney, who is the county attorney, to Tracy Mitchell. This email mentions, it appears as though many of the initial detentions have signatures from canvassers who were non-residents of Arkansas.
These signature sheets were immediately thrown out. He further states, I anticipate that you will encounter a similar experience. When you do, this is the letter draft from AAC, Arkansas Association of Counties, has provided me to state that the initiative petition is insufficient due to the lack of signatures. That's a 501c3 organization directly involved in the will of people. I got a problem with that, and I hope you do too. They go on further. Emails from Rochelle Evans to Tracy Mitchells, July 30th of 2024. Even before, way before, because I pulled you back 40 days. In this email chain, Rochelle Evans especially agrees with the summary provided by Daniel Haney, saying, I 110% agree with you. In your summary, at the end she adds, the things this petition requests would be very expensive, and it's a quorum's court job to determine the best use of the county's resources. That shows the county clerks, this shows that the county clerks were coordinated across all counties on what they were going to do, instead of taking it case by case, county by county, as they're supposed to. Right? And this was likely under the AEC's guidance as well. And further clarification from Rochelle Evans, the title doesn't clearly inform a non-disabled person will have a choice between machines and paper ballots. It's allowable to point out a disabled person by being the only reason why you can vote with machines. Now here's some of the AEC's direct involvement. On that August 5th email, Haney forwarded another email to Rochelle Evans stating that AEC would like to state the ballot title for the next election cycle, because every county has had sufficient signatures. This suggests that the AAC had a game plan of how they were going to game this out and stonewall us just to 2024, 2026, and then even further.
So again, the Arkansas Association of Counties, enemies of freedom that I've mentioned before, are deliberately sabotaging the effort to even vote on having paper ballots. That's how corrupt things are. And by the way, let me remind you, this is a Republican supermajority. Paper ballots are on our platform. Paper ballots are what an overwhelming majority of people want. Paper ballots, an overwhelming majority of Republicans, and it's certainly an overwhelming majority of Republicans in the Republicans convention want paper ballots. But just like the way that Joseph Wood, under the orders of other people, has trying to nullify the state convention in regards to closed primaries, and with legislatures getting an automatic vote in the December winter committee meeting where we choose the Republican Party chair and other rules.
What is playing?
They're ignoring the platform and the will of the people in regards to paper ballots, and it's done behind closed doors. And that's why this Brian Norris guy does an excellent job here in speaking about this issue and what is actually going on. Let me play a little more of his speech here.
Purposefully standing in the way of what the people want, just to have their voices heard. You're going to investigate them? You're going to refer charges for them? I hope so. I'll come down here and gladly share testimony. This level of coordination from the clerks and the AAC suggests that decisions about sufficiency in election-related matters are not being made independently. It's a coordinated effort to keep our initiatives off. That's petition interference. Right? You're all upset about some out-of-state petitioners coming in and collecting signatures, but not one time today did I hear anybody say anything about what do the people want when they signed it. They don't care who the person standing in front of them was. You might, but they don't. They see every day on the news that the machines are messing up. Memphis recently, Georgia again, Arizona again. It's in their face constantly. Arkansas has one of the lowest voter turnouts in the nation. And when I was walking around, I did something that was audacious. I asked them, why don't you vote? Because my vote doesn't matter. I feel my vote doesn't matter. As someone that placed their life on the line for their ability to vote, and to hear them say that to me was crushing. What have I done? What have my friends sacrificed for? I miss the births of my children, anniversaries, birthdays, holidays. I've spent months in areas that you cannot imagine and don't want to. Ever. For this, to come home and to hear my fellow countrymen say, I'm not going to vote, it doesn't matter, it doesn't count.
So yeah, he's obviously very upset about the way things are going in regards to elections, and he has a point. A lot of people, the voter turnout overall is very low. Number of people even registered is low. Now, voter turnout will be maybe high in this election, but overall, when you consider in Iraq, the people that were eligible to vote was like 70% after the ending of Saddam Hussein, and before our Pentagon deliberately lost that war by letting Iran and Syria put in IEDs that wound our troops and create another quagmire. There were people that risked dying going to the polls. Oddly enough, I believe they used paper ballots and they had the purple ink. They had the purple fingers when they did that. I'm willing to go back to that system. I say we go hand-marked, hand-counted paper ballots and fingerprinting. If it's good enough in a war zone Iraq for elections there, then it's good enough for the United States of America. But folks, if you want to see more about paper ballots, the link to go to, and I believe I have it here, is this group right here, Arkansas Voter Integrity Initiative. They're the group that's been fighting for this effort in Arkansas. They have lots of videos on the paper ballots and on the machines, how the details of how the method works, how it's been done in other places. We already have one county, Searcy County, that does this. They chose to do so via their justices of the peace. The Arkansas Secretary of State has tried to harass them regarding random audits, tried to claim that there were mistakes made, but yet when you ask what specific, what election and how many votes were lost or added in that election, they can't give you a definite answer. There's some polling there. I don't like political polling at all or surveys, but if you want to see that, if you're interested in that, there's information regarding that. And speaking of local elections, when you choose people for local election, sometimes it's difficult. Part of the reason is it's supposedly nonpartisan. Officially, they're not allowed to state whether they're Democrat or Republican. I don't even think on my ballot, I don't think I even have a justice of the peace on here. No, I don't. Same thing with the judicial races. From what I understand, for instance, Court of Appeals, Associate District 1, it just says Judge J.C. Tucker and then Molly McNulty.
What size?
I'm from basic, when I've heard it leans toward Judge J.C. Tucker only because I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Sarah Huckabee Sanders can appoint someone else in their place.
Did they already leave?
And then there's another judicial race, Brent Eubanks and Robert Cortinez.
You wrote notes or?
That one I'd have to do a little more research on and to see which one's the better judge there. But one person I know who has done a lot of work in terms of fighting for conservative values, this is a Justice of the Peace. She's not in my area. She's running for Justice of the Peace in Pulaski County District 4. She had an event at U.S. Pizza, and I'll play a little bit of her event here. Make sure I'm sharing the right tab.
Right. My name is Jackie Kaufman, and I'm running for Justice of the Peace District 4 in Pulaski County. I especially want to thank all the volunteers that have helped me in this campaign. Most importantly, my family, who's always there to support me in my quest to go in this world. I'm excited to be running for this position because I want to be involved in making sure that Little Rock is that great place that we call home. So first, I'd like to introduce myself before I get into what I'd like to do when elected Justice of Peace in Pulaski County. I was born and raised in Little Rock. I'm a resident in the Leawood neighborhood. I've been there for over 20 years. I went to Mount St. Mary Academy here in Little Rock, got my accounting degree at University of Arkansas Little Rock, and then went on to St. Louis and got my master's of business administration there. The past 19 years, I've been Chief Financial Officer at Christ the King Church and School. Our church supports various local food pantries and day resource centers. And so I had an opportunity to work with a homeless day resource center. And from there, I learned a lot about the city's homeless problems and the challenges. I raised my daughter here, and she's now a special education teacher. She is the reason why I'm running. I want her to live out her hopes and dreams here in a city that is safe, a city that can attract and retain good paying jobs for citizens, and a city that has great neighborhoods where we can raise our families. So a question that I'm often asked is, well, what is a justice of peace? What are those responsibilities? A justice of peace is part of a 15-member body called the Durham Court. This is a legislative body that oversees the Pulaski County budget of over $175 million. This is a county seat, and almost 50% of the general fund is allocated to services that serve the more rural parts of the county.
So anyway, $175 million. And oftentimes, as mentioned before, just like in that wind farm issue, these justices of the peace have a great effect on what happens to you. Masks, various other issues. So, find out who your justice of the peace is. Find out whether or not they're conservative, whether that they've made some effort to fight for conservative values. And if they are, help them, especially them, because usually on a state level, they're already bankrolled by a bunch of PACs and other organizations. But oftentimes these justices of the peace, they're kind of left in the wind. They're like, they don't quite have the help and the financial backing. And one other thing, I had mentioned some issues before. One is issue one. Issue one is very simple. It to provide that lottery proceeds may be used to provide scholarships and use to fund grants to Arkansas citizens enrolled in vocational technical schools. So basically, the lottery money. I think the lottery is an overall scam. It creates more problems than it solves. But if we have that system there, we might as well use it for some what they call VOTEC. So people can become welders, mechanics, construction. So generally, yes, I'm for that one. The issue two was in regards to casinos. Now, I put up a video earlier that said the casinos, the fight regarding the casinos, one group is called Investing in Arkansas, and they claim to be they're opposed to issue two, claiming that it's going to hurt Arkansans, and that their big issue is that the supporters of issue two are from out of state, mainly Oklahoma. It turns out that Investing Arkansas is also from Oklahoma. But here's an interview with someone, a local person, concerned citizen, President Larry Walker, explains why he's supporting ballot issue two. Again, these are one of these local folks who have to go on their own and fight against the system. So play a little of this. That's the intro here.
Initiative regarding a gambling casino in
done by
Cook County.
Conduit
We've
News
seen
for
this
this
in the
note.
headlines for years. Here to talk to us about it today is a concerned citizen and resident of Polk County. He's been involved in this issue for years, and he's been on Conduit before. Larry Walker. Hi, thanks for joining us.
Hi, thanks for having us again.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, as you know, and as our viewers of Conduit will remember, this is an issue important to us, and it's one that we certainly want to continue to follow and cover. So thanks for joining us. This is a confusing ballot issue, I think, right now. The campaigns on both sides, if you will, they are very loud and they are persuasive. And the issue for some voters, it's confusing. But if you would, before we get into ballot issue number two, talk to us about the casino there in Polk County and how this issue has really evolved from day one to what it looks like now.
Yeah, and thank you guys for having us on again. We've been on here a lot in the past. It's been a while, but thank you again. And we've talked about this issue over and over. The issue itself, the ballot title itself right now is being made complex by those who want it kicked out. They have a lot of money to gain from getting us gone. I'm a local resident, have been here, have fought this, haven't made a dime from any of this, have spent a whole lot of my own time and money and time away from my family fighting this, because for our community said no in 2018 to this issue, and it's still being forced upon us. We voted 61 to 39 against Amendment 100 because it was imposing a casino on our county. As a part of that, we tried to have a local option at that point. The people of Polk County voted 70-30 in favor of a local option. So even those that wanted a casino here thought we should have a vote and a voice in that matter. Cherokee Nation was one of the major voices behind, or dollars behind, Amendment 100, spent several $1 million at that time to get it there. So when they come out with investing in Arkansas and say that out-of-state interests are trying to keep them out, the truth of the matter is the out-of-state interests brought it in the first place, with them being the ones who brought it. And they've spent, in the month of September alone, they spent $8 million to oppose our effort, where we spent $3 million. And our funding, it does come from Choctaw Nation. And at the end of the day, they don't want a casino in Polk County for some reasons. And I'm sure it's for their business interests. But at the end of the day, we have to have dollars to oppose those who are trying to come into our county. And so we're using those dollars. Some people may like it, some people don't. But at the end of the day, it's not about the money for us coming in. It's about keeping a casino out. And that's what we have used every dollar to do.
I have heard that argument. I think that there are a few arguments that I've heard, even from conservatives, that are very interesting to me. And you briefly touched on it. And it would be that Choctaw is funding this. And then, of course, the other side can say, well, it's, outside interest. But you know it, we know it. This, whether it's ethical or right or wrong, this is how some things are done. And it's as if you have a dry county and the liquor store on the county line, funds money into a local church or something to keep that county dry. And so, I mean, like you said, you're using the funds for this initiative. Do you see a problem with that at all?
I don't. We sought for years to have individuals, and we raised from individuals quite a bit of money, but nothing that can compete with the $50 million worth that they bought in property here, the $8 million that they spent in September, tens of millions of dollars that Cherokee Nation has put in, an out-of-state interest, by the way, putting it in to force that into our county.
So, folks, you don't really need to be an economics expert or statistic to figure out that if you go to places like Tupelo, Mississippi, or I think it's Enid, Oklahoma, or other places where they have these big, massive casinos, they're not paradises. They're not in any way, shape, or form anything resembling a functioning town. It's just usually a seedy town with a bunch of all kinds of corruption, all kinds of problems. The casinos just don't help a community. They don't. You can say it brings in money, it brings in jobs, and it funds these projects, but the corruption, the massive amounts of criminal activity that occurs from them, the people that lose everything, their savings, and end up having to be dependent on others. It's just the costs outweigh the benefits when it comes to casinos. And you don't need to be a statistic to see that. You don't need Christine Munoz or some out-of-state folks calling themselves investing in Arkansas to show you that. Just go to Tupelo, Mississippi, see video of it. You'll see a big seedy town with a bunch of rundown buildings and the streets falling apart. Pine Bluff, which has a casino, just pushed for a tax increase a few months ago in the primary elections. And they had to push for a tax increase before that. The casino is supposed to take care of all that. It doesn't. It just doesn't work. So anyway, folks, that's about it. Other than the problem with my webcam, I think everything else is okay. Y'all can hear me, and that's the important thing. This will be audio on Podbean in just a little bit. Looks like I need to do an update on my laptop, but that's all for today. Find a way to get involved in that. You have a great day.
Yeah, no problem. We were like, I hope he didn't lose him somewhere. We tried to take her down the hill and then make her walk back up. Regroup, so Harvard was going to have to go down.
As a professional mechanic, your tools are essential for your living. Icon Tools complete every repair without giving an inch. Go with Icon Tools. Tool truck quality, unbeatable value, only at Harbor Freight.
Yeah, hot enough for you? Talking about me. Well, the Democrat Party's favorability has hit a 35-year low, with only 33% of voters viewing them favorably. To improve their popularity, they're planning to change their name to Sydney Sweeney's Boobs. Over the weekend, the United States Postal Service celebrated its 250th anniversary. If you didn't get the invitation, it's because they mailed it. New research says lifting weights can help fend off erectile dysfunction. After hearing the news, Bill Clinton attached a dumbbell to his penis. In a documentary, Billy Joel denied claims he had gotten DUIs when he got into 3 separate car crashes, explaining he was in a mental fog due to 9/11. Yeah, and mental fog is why Jesse Waters forgot to tip at every meal since January 6th. 20 protesters showed up for a rally in support of Stephen Colbert outside the CBS building. Well, at least we know what became of those vaccine dancers. According to Politico, President Trump and French President Macron often have bromance chats on the phone. What can I say? I like older men, said Macron. He does. He looks like a mentor. On Saturday, Dan Bongino posted a message on X saying, since coming to the FBI, he's seen things that, quote, shock him to his core and changed him forever. The same was said by Joy Behar's team of waxers. Rashida Tlaib posted a video of herself banging a metal pan with a spoon. Some say it was to show her support of the Palestinians. Others say it was her way of telling everyone that she's out of kibble. Isn't it cute? It works. Finally, researchers in California called off a plan to block the sun's rays by creating man-made clouds. But if we really need to create man-made clouds, just ask this guy. Why not? All right. Another week and another poll shows the Democrats' party favorability dropping to its lowest rating in decades. It's a far cry from the glory years of a Bill Clinton when the only thing going down was the interns. It's true, the Democrats are in free fall. Not a graceful dive either, but more like bird hitting your windshield at 70 miles per hour. This time, it's more than just a bad run. It feels like a historical shift. The party as you once knew it is no more. It's as dead as a school of plankton swimming near Joy Behar's mouth. You know, it reminds me of the Berlin Wall in 1989. More than a wall cracked, an entire movement did. And once that wall fell, it took socialism and communism with it. It feels that way now. Ken Martin, chair of the DNC, says that the Dems must show voters that they are the party of laws and border security. In other words, he just said, we have to show voters that we're no longer Democrats. Which is like the mafia saying, we will not lend money at extremely high interest rates. Because sadly for Ken, the Dems still haven't changed. They still push grievance, socialism, violence, and theft. But it's not just the messaging, it's the results. Homelessness, crime, migrant violence, an economy designed to preserve bureaucracy? I mean, how can you raise 100 mil for the LA fires and not manage to build one house? Meanwhile, students in blue city schools are so dumb, even Leo DiCaprio won't date them. The NEA handbook actually says that educators must acknowledge white supremacy culture as a primary root cause of institutional racism and white privilege. Imagine sending your kid into that communist factory. You'd be better off leaving them with Charlie Sheen. Meanwhile, you have cities that look like The Walking Dead, ICE officers fighting for their lives, and recidivist criminals given more rights than their victims. The Democrat Party is a dictatorship within a republic, separated from the rest of us and bent on self-preservation. But perhaps no more. Do the Dems think they can actually recover from stuff like this? There's a better chance Ozzy and metal whizzing through his ear like he was at a piercing pagoda. He never backed down. Apparently, it helps to have a president who lives in the real world, who could bring investment into the country instead of MS-13 gangsters. And his results? The latest Wall Street Journal poll has the GOP steadily rising while the Dems plummet. Voters trust Trump's Republican Party more in immigration, the economy, foreign policy. To put it politely, Trump is ripping nothing.
And stop screen share. Okay, I am back from my wonderful lunch. I'm going to try to do another quick ad before they start again. Okay, let's do Pickox. Let's do this ad right quick so I can get me another payment here. Okay, folks. Okay, quick pause to tell you about Pickaxe, the creator and user-first platform built for people, not algorithms. You know what big tech is up to: data mining, bot-driven feeds, black box AI, deciding who sees your work. Instead, Pickaxe hands you an algorithm-free chronological feed with native Rumble feedback, auto-publishing of your live streams, free blue check verification, full monetization control. Your voice, your rules. Best of all, the web version is live right now, and their iOS and Android apps drop next month. On Pickaxe, your Rumble videos play seamlessly right to your feed as if they were built into your platform. No embeds, no workarounds, just smooth native playback. Even better, in beta now, creators can connect their Rumble channel to Pickaxe to automatically post live streams of videos so your followers never miss a moment. You can also write full articles directly on Pickaxe today, and later this year you'll be able to blast them out as email newsletters with one click and build up your own email list for direct audience access. Monetize on your terms through paywalls, revenue sharing, or affiliate ads, and insert promo codes and tracking links. Because bots shouldn't steal your spotlight, Pickaxe sends you a free blue check so you know it's really you. Pickaxe is building tech that builds up humanity. Algorithm-free, noise-free. Human first. Head to pickaxe.com, sign up, and take your platform to the next level. Real voices deserve a real home. And again, it's integrated with Rumble. So another great program. Great way to help get involved in this. We're in the 21st century now. Anybody can get online, make a difference, and make some money while doing it. Alrighty, folks. Well, set before I'm back. I'm going to set the camera up here a little bit. I'm going to probably have to leave here in about an hour or so. Take care of some other stuff. I don't know how long this is going to last. They didn't put like a real schedule. I may eat some lunch while on break, but I promise not to disturb the viewership here. And I may talk about some stuff in the dim gas later on, but for now, I've got a lot of other errands to run before things get started. Again, follow me at Just Our Angle
on Rumble. YouTube is Keep Arkansas Legal. That was my YouTube page before. I don't know why the video, I think the video must have ended before it went to Greg Gutfeld. And of course, I put links on here if you want to donate money. So I got 14 people on so far. Let me refresh this to make sure it's up and going.
I think that will limit how much. Like one.
Okay, we're good. Don't need to play that, just need to know that it's going on. And I got my ads on there, my new product placement there. So I'm gonna go ahead and flip this around because they're gonna start any moment. And then I'll have the old camcorder that'll have highlights. At least try to. I hope my YouTube videos uploaded correctly and it didn't delete. I've had that happen before. Looks like, oh, there they are. All right, I'll probably do some editing, so you may hear some typing, but don't worry, it's just me getting started. So let me go ahead and set this up so it's not moving beforehand.
Because the party can switch it. There's not even oh, really? Oh, I've been here for 2 months. And I'm hanging on just because I feel like I need to keep coming. I'm sure. But they're, I think they're having an election bid on a new bid, so maybe they'll work something. Okay. But there has to be someone from the first congressional district. And I'm the only one right now, so it's going to have to be someone from the first congressional district. They've come close in the past, but they have to find someone. I've been here, I've literally been here for like 13 years. Will Barr is appointed me back when he was in the legislature.
All right, folks, would you be so kind as to settle down, please? And I'm going to remind everybody once again, we just came back from lunch, so please check your phones, make certain they're on silent or vibrate. All right, commissioners, ready to proceed? We're back on the record. One housekeeping matter that I need to clarify as I was going through the exhibits and the documents. I noticed the first order of notice of hearing listed Honorable Laura Gross, but there are 2 other notices of hearing with the identical, looks like the identical docket 2024-083. The second one lists as a respondent the Honorable L.C. Ratchford, and then the third one lists the Honorable Kenneth Weekly. Looking over the notice of violation, they are identical. I don't think there's any difference. Can I get some clarification from counsel if that is indeed correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Mr. Lancaster?
That's what I understood as well.
Okay, and these matters are all consolidated in this one proceeding. But I just want to make that clear and get that on the record for the benefit of your clients, Mr. Lancaster, as well as everybody present. All right. Ms. Lancaster, you had a motion that you wanted to make, a motion for continuance. I'll go ahead and give you the floor. You can make that motion, sir.
Thank you. So as the board is aware, I represent Miss Ellen Griffin. Miss Griffin had a doctor's appointment. She has a doctor's appointment tomorrow in Branson for some type of procedure that is necessary for a surgery she is required to have. If she has to cancel that appointment, she can't get another one for a number of weeks, and it'll delay her surgery. So what I'm asking the board to do is to either allow, either one or the other, allow Ms. Griffin to testify today and use that testimony tomorrow when the state puts on all the rest of its evidence, or continue her hearing tomorrow because she's here to tell you she's got this doctor's appointment if you want to hear from her. But that's the motion.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lancaster. Mr. Cooper?
Your Honor, I don't believe it's the board's position that we don't oppose taking her testimony today, but we don't want to continue the hearing. And we can take her testimony and then have the hearing tomorrow.
Why don't we do this? Ms. Griffin, are you present? Come on up here, ma'am. If you would be so kind.
Don't have to.
Yep. Come up here. And would you be so kind as to raise your right hand? Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this hearing, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right. I just want you to tell the board here the circumstances behind your appointment and what, you don't have to get the specifics in terms of the surgery or whatever, but just verify what Mr. Lancaster said, and I'm trying not to disabuse his veracity one way or the other. I'm sure he's absolutely telling the truth, but I'm sure the board wants to hear from you in terms of the request for continuance, and then I'm going to let them make a motion on that request. Okay, so go ahead and tell them what's going on. You don't have to divulge too much. That certainly gets into a privacy aspect. That's not what I want. I just want you to tell them, yes, you have this appointment, and that it's going to, if you don't make it tomorrow, it's going to cause you some issues and concerns. So go ahead, ma'am.
I had an appointment to go next week to the doctor in Branson, but they called me and told me that they had a cancellation and that I could come Thursday. And I was under the impression that I was to be here today and tomorrow would not happen for me. So if I have to cancel that appointment for tomorrow, it will probably be weeks before I can get in for what I need to have done.
Commissioners, do you have any questions?
No questions.
All right. Well, I'm just going to let you sit here for the time being. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to turn it over to you. Again, a motion for continuance is something.
Can I ask a brief question?
Oh, sure.
Ms. Griffin, I gave a two-pronged suggestion. Number one, either they take your testimony today or they continue it. Do you have a preference either way?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. So your motion for continuance is still pending, Mr. Lancaster. Mr. Chairman, what's the pleasure of the board on this one?
Well, I'll ask the board, but sounds like our council is not opposing the issue, but we could either can just continue it outright, or we could take testimony and then still have the hearing tomorrow. And let the, I suppose, the state put on their evidence with the board's wishes.
I wish that she would just give her testimony today. She can give her testimony today, and then we can go forward tomorrow. Because there is a health issue here, and that that comes first, and her health. So she can testify today, we can proceed on tomorrow.
So Commissioner Brooks, that's a motion to take testimony today, have the hearing tomorrow, and that's a second to that motion from Commissioner Luther. All right, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
That's unanimous.
So Ms. Lancaster, you're going to take her testimony today. Do you want to do that right now, or would you rather wait until the end?
I have no preference, but the good news is that you're in charge of this issue and I'm not.
Well, I'm asking you in terms of your presentation.
It does. She's there right now, so I can just. If it's okay, I'll just inquire.
I think it's okay. Well, please proceed.
Your Honor,
Mr. Madison.
Hang on just a second. Can we make sure that the record reflects that this is the case that involves Ellen Griffith, not the case that involves the three commissioners here?
Are there different allegations in the other case?
These are different allegations completely.
Right.
So this is a completely different fact set.
I don't have that docket number in front of me, Director, so I'm kind of flying blind on this one.
It's the same case number, but the respondent is Ms. Griffith versus Laura Gross, Weekly, and Rashford. We want to make sure that the record reflects that this is a portion of the record that goes to her case, not this case.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Madison. Are council comfortable with the distinction here?
Absolutely. I'm comfortable with the distinction, Your Honor, but however, I would prefer that we close the current case that is on right now and then take the testimony.
So, Pastor, do you have an issue with that?
I think Ms. Griffin is available out for that, then I don't have any, is that good with you, Ms. Griffin? All right, we'll take you up here at the end then.
Ms. Griffith, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, as it relates to this case, so we'll probably have to circle back and get clarification the next time around when we do take it up. Are you ready to proceed, Mr. Lancaster?
I am ready to proceed in the case against the Searcy County Board of Election Commissioners, and I would like to call Ms. Lori Gross.
No longer hidden behind your column now, all right? Should you be so kind, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Lancaster.
Thank you. Would you state your name, please?
Laura Gross,
Ms. Gross, where do you live?
in Searcy County.
Are you a member of the Board of Election Commissioners there?
I am
Are you a Republican designee or a Democrat designee?
Republican.
All right. Are you the head of that board or is some other commissioner the head of the board?
I'm the chairman.
All right. And so in your role as chairman, were you on that election commission in the November 2024 election and the election lead and the time lead up to the election?
Yes.
All right. Now let's take some of this stuff in order. All right. Or maybe, well, let's talk about the video cameras.
Okay.
Have you ever used those video cameras and monitors and things for any previous elections?
We did for the 24 primary,
All right, and so in 2024 in the primary, how much did you pay?
$100.
Now I say how much you paid, all right? Did you pay it?
No, sir.
Did you write the check?
No, sir.
Does the county board of election commissioners have a checkbook?
We do not.
All right. Do you have any ability to pay anyone?
No, sir.
All right, who does that?
The clerk.
All right.
The treasurer.
Clerk and the treasurer, consistent with what Ms. Ward said earlier today, right?
Yes.
Okay, so when do you submit things for payment?
Throughout the year,
Okay,
as they come in and as we have our paperwork completed.
all right. Now, was there any problems from anybody in the primary when you used this video equipment?
No, sir.
Do you have to have the video equipment to count ballots?
No.
Now, let's be clear, Searcy County is the only county in Arkansas that has hand-marked, hand-counted paper ballots.
That is true.
How did that come about?
Our quorum court told us that's what they wanted to do.
Okay, so, and under the statute, they can do that, right?
Yes.
So you're implementing what your quorum court wants you to do.
Yes.
Now, counting ballots, do you have to have those cameras, TVs, and other stuff to count ballots?
It's not required.
All right, why do you do it?
For transparency.
Okay, and you paid $100 for the general election as well.
Yes, we did.
All right, now, is transparency in hand counting ballots a duty listed under the statute?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right. Do you know what kind of cameras those were?
No, sir.
Into buying your own cameras?
Yes.
All right. Well, tell me about that. When you looked into buying your own cameras, what did you determine the cost would be?
Well, we determined it was outside of our budget, which was very small.
Okay. All right. So was it more or less cost effective to rent the equipment?
Well, for the time being, much more cost effective.
Okay. Do you know, I think I asked earlier, have you ever rented a car?
Yeah.
Did you pay the full value for renting a car?
No, sir.
All right. Now, so do you know Do you know of any reason why, or anything, in your opinion, is there anything improper about using cameras, renting cameras to broadcast the counting of ballots that's improper?
If I had thought so, I would not have voted to do it.
Okay, I want to talk about, I'm going to go down the list. Let's talk about the failure to post a full list. All right. Now, that statute says, are you aware that the statute says that it's got to be a full list 8 days before the election?
I am.
All right, did you post a full list 8 days before the election?
Yes, sir.
All right, after you posted that list, did you have any additions or subtractions?
We did.
All right, do you know of any requirement that causes you to have to post the additions or subtractions after that 8 days?
If there is a requirement, I was not aware of it.
Okay. Did I ask earlier for you to take judicial notice of that statute?
You did.
Okay, all right. Moving on. Well, you know, I make so many arguments, I lose track at times. Okay, so did you have, I think I asked you, did you have additions or subtractions after that 8 days?
We did.
All right, and so there was a testimony earlier about this handwritten list on a yellow notepad. Do you remember that? And I think you have that book there in front of you. Let me figure out which one it is again.
I've got it.
Okay, it's a 4.1 for everybody else, 4.14. All right, there is a Michelle Manus at the very top, and then there's a Leanne Lawrence. You see those?
I do.
Were they on the full list posted 8 days before?
No, they were not.
When did they sign up or volunteer or whatever to come in and work on the hand count?
These were counters only, and they had attended some of our trainings, but then they said they weren't going to be free on the day that we counted.
Okay, so is that why they were not on the list 8 days before? Well, what happened? How'd they get on the list afterwards?
They called me and said that they would be free and that they could come count.
Okay, and so were they sworn?
Yes.
All right, were they trained?
Yes.
And so does that explain why they're on this list but not on any other list?
Yes.
Was there anybody else that came in or was subtracted?
There were a couple of people who were on the list, more than a couple who were sick on election day or counting day, because we kind of keep our poll workers separate from our counters. And there were 2 other people who were on this list but were not on that list 8 that was posted 8 days prior.
Okay, but everybody that worked in your election, and I'm going to refer to give me just a second. .15.
Okay.
All right. Are these the sign-in sheets of the people who were doing the election work for you?
These are the people who swore the oath to be counters. These were all from counting.
Okay. And the people working at the polls, they were sworn as well, right?
Sure.
All right. Trained too.
Yes.
All right. And you said some were sick. I'll be candid with you. On election day, I was in Wisconsin for the RT. Is it raining in Arkansas?
Oh,
I don't know. I saw it in the notes somewhere that it was raining. At any rate, moving on to from that, let's talk a little bit about. Did you have anybody working at your election, to your knowledge, that was not trained and sworn?
There was no one who worked who was not trained and sworn.
Okay, let's go on here to the failure to pay. So it's alleged that you were either failing to ensure that all election officials were either paid appropriately or in the alternative failed to appropriately document officials as waiving pay. All right, now that side's Arkansas Code Annotated 74112C. Have you ever read that statute?
I've read all the statutes. Do I remember when I read it? No.
All right, it cites A and C. May I approach? Please. Again, Mr. Gross, please don't drop this. Now, first off, would you agree that that is Arkansas Code Annotated 74112?
What it says.
All right, looking at that statute, can you tell me where it says that there is a time limit for these people to be paid?
I don't see anything here.
Well, Ms. Gross, you don't see it because it's not there. All right, now, do you know, when did, you can set that down if you want. I'd like for you to take judicial notice of that statute.
No objection.
I'll go ahead and take judicial notice of that particular provision in the law.
I'm gonna come get my iPad because I use it. I won't. I've done that before. People with Apple are always happy when I do. And so the requirement for an affidavit. All right, did you get affidavits from people waiving their pay?
Yes, we did.
Now, there was some discrepancy earlier about people who had signed waivers but then got paid. Now, the statute says they got to sign an affidavit to waive their pay, right? Were there some people who were willing to waive their pay for some things and not others?
There were.
Can you explain that?
Well, uniquely in a county where you hand count, you have poll workers and you have ballot counters. And we tried to keep the documentation for those jobs completely separate. And so most of the people who waived their pay, there were maybe a couple of exceptions, who signed the affidavits were counters. But many of them were also poll workers, but they received pay for working the polls because they didn't waive their right to receive pay as a poll worker.
Do you know of anywhere on this affidavit that the state board has, I think the magic word Mr. Kendricks used was promulgated. Anywhere on this affidavit, does it allow them to indicate they're partially waiving pay?
You know, I didn't handle that, our coordinator did, so I'm not totally familiar with the exact wording on the affidavit.
Hang on a sec, we're gonna pull it up. Let's flip over to 4.20. Let me know if you're there.
I'm there.
All right, do you look that form over for me and tell me if you see anywhere that it allows them to partially waive pay?
I don't see anything like that.
All right. So let's take this affidavit just so happens to be Dear Miss Ellen Griffin's affidavit. Do you agree with that?
That's what I'm looking at.
All right. And it's a waiver. This affidavit, it acts as a waiver of pay. Would you agree?
Yes.
But back here on 4.22 on the page 11, as Mr. Kendricks pointed out, Ellen Griffin got paid. Do you see that?
Yes.
Well, how do you explain that one, Ms. Gross?
Ellen is also a poll worker.
Okay.
She was paid for her hours as a poll worker, but not paid for her hours as a counter.
Was that just because you didn't want to pay her?
She didn't want to be paid. She wanted to volunteer her time.
Is that common up there in beautiful Searcy County?
It has become common for people who support paper ballots and want to contribute as counters.
Okay, so now Miss Griffin was I used to call them poll sheriffs or something, but she was in charge of a polling location, correct?
We call them supervisors.
Yeah, there you are. So which polling location was she a supervisor at?
At Rock Creek.
Okay, at Rock Creek, did she get paid for being the poll supervisor?
She did.
And then on 4.22, where it shows that Ms. Griffin was paid a whopping amount of $398 for being a poll supervisor. Did that include any money for county?
No.
Okay. Was the affidavit that was signed in 4.20 an affidavit for poll working or for county?
For counting.
All right. Does this explain these discrepancies in your paperwork?
Yes, it would be really confusing if you were just looking at the report from the clerk's office.
Okay. Now, do you think maybe it's a good idea for the board to revisit their promulgated affidavit to include a partial waiver?
I'm not going to tell the board how to do their job.
I understand. Now, there's this deal, this point that was made that these affidavits were not in the county clerk's office.
No.
Okay. Why were they not in the county clerk's office? Did you just take them and put them in your garage or something, or make paper airplanes out of them?
When after the primary in 24, when I brought all of the timesheets for our election workers to the clerk, who was then Jeff Cotton, I had all the affidavits there as well. I said, do you want these affidavits along with these timesheets?
Well, hang on, what did he say to that?
Well, he said, do they require a check to be cut? And I said, no, they're affidavits waiving pay. He said, keep them in your office in your files. So I did not leave them in the clerk's office.
Okay, so the clerk didn't want them.
That clerk did not want them.
All right, but you kept them.
We kept them with all of our payroll records.
Can you make now, I mean, I think I know the answer to this question, but can you make the county clerk take a document?
No.
Okay, now, have you brought documents to, I think Ms. Ward might have left. Did you bring any documents to her for any other elections?
I brought, yes, because we had a school board election in 25.
Did she keep the affidavits that time?
I did not bring affidavits to her, and she did not ask for them.
All right, but you still kept them though?
We've got them all.
All right. Where do you keep these at?
In our election office.
So it's in the county's office? I guess the county provides you an election office?
Yes.
All right, and so is it locked up there where nobody can go in and draw pictures on them or anything?
It's locked up.
Okay. Would you consider that to be a secure location for storing election documents?
I do. We store everything there.
Do you store voted ballots there?
Yes.
All right. So do you get these computers to run the ES&S machines?
I'm sorry, say again.
Well, you know that y'all do use some tabulators, correct?
We do.
All right, and those tabulators have computers. The state buy you a laptop and provides you with a laptop.
The laptop, the clerk has the laptop that the state provides that we don't.
Okay.
We don't have access to that laptop.
And I guess that's locked up in her office somewhere.
I'm sure it is.
Okay. How far from her office is it to your election office?
3 miles?
So the election office, is it not in the county courthouse?
No.
It's somewhere else? It's a county building though, correct? That's a yes?
Yes.
Yeah, great. Make sure you answer out loud. All right, now, again, no time limit for these people to be paid. Do you know why they weren't paid till 2025?
I do not.
When did you submit it?
After the election.
So after November?
After November.
Did you submit it before December? Yes. Hang on, let me ask you gotta be careful. I might be asking a question and you're agreeing you don't know what I'm about to ask. Did you submitted the payment request to the county clerk before December 31st, 2024?
I did.
All right. And who was the county clerk then?
Jeff Cotton.
Do you know why Mr. Cotton didn't pay these people or print the checks?
I do not know.
All right. Do you have any ability to make Mr. Cotton print checks?
No.
Do you have any ability to make Ms. Ward print checks?
No.
Do you have any ability to make the treasurer sign the checks?
No.
All right. So, but you submitted them. Do you remember the date you submitted them?
I don't remember the exact date.
But it was definitely before the end of the year.
Oh, yes.
Do you think it was before the end of November?
Probably. We try to wrap that up as quickly as possible.
All right. So do you think you have any responsibility for these folks who weren't paid, not getting paid timely? I mean, in other words, was it your fault that they weren't paid timely?
No.
All right. Do you think there's anything you could have done? Did you know when they get paid?
No.
Do you know when any of the clerk or whoever pays any of your election workers?
Only when they call me and say they haven't been paid.
How many called you and said they hadn't been paid over the 2024 November election?
We had a handful who called me at the end of January.
Okay, what did you do when they called you? Just tell them tough luck?
I went to the clerk.
All right. After you went to the clerk, the county clerk, after you went to the county clerk, how long did it take for these fine election officials to get paid?
Fairly quickly.
All right. So when you knew about a problem, you did it pretty promptly.
I had to resubmit their paperwork because paperwork was lost.
All right. I'm sorry, say that last part again. I was thinking of my next question.
I had to resubmit their timesheets that had been lost.
Okay, so Mr. Cotton, who was the clerk then, his office had lost them?
I don't know who lost them. They just were not there.
But luckily for you, you had them in your election office, didn't you?
Copies of everything.
All right, so now I want to talk about this Landis Fire Station polling location was not staffed with 4 poll workers. That's count 4. All right, now what happened to the 4th poll worker?
Lisa Tate, who has been the supervisor there for a number of years, her husband was in a tractor accident. So she had called me the night before to tell me that she could not be there that day.
So she called you the night before the election day that was supposed to start at 7 a.m.
Yes.
All right. Well, what did you do when you found out you were only going to have 3?
I called the other commissioners to let them know.
Okay.
And we decided to go ahead and open the poll. Some of the commissioners, Ken Weekly, and one of our coordinators, Carmen, went there for a number of hours.
Okay.
But we opened the poll anyway.
Opened the poll and sent somebody over there.
Yes.
All right. Now, have you told me at lunch about Charlie, I think is his name. Is that right?
Charlie Morris is my primary contact at the state.
Does he work for the state board?
Yes.
Have you had conversations with Mr. Morris about the number of poll workers that you would need at a rural polling location like that?
Yes.
What did Mr. Morris tell you?
Well, we're supposed to have 4.
Yeah.
But at the primary, we had another remote precinct location, like Landis is very remote, and one of them couldn't show. I called them. I said, You
called Charlie?
I called Charlie, and I asked him if we needed to close it down.
Okay. How did Charlie respond to that?
He asked me how many people typically voted there, and he gave me permission to keep it open.
So he told you it was okay to have just 3 poll workers at a remote polling location.
Yes.
All right. But it wasn't like you had 3 all day, correct?
No, we had people in and out.
Okay.
At Landis.
All right. Well, do you think that you should be punished or get in trouble for doing something Mr. Morris said was okay?
I did not call him about Landis. I made an assumption.
All right, but it's safe to assume from what you learned last time what his response would be, right?
I think I've learned that I need to ask every time. Yeah. I don't, he probably would have told me I don't know what he would have.
Who knows what he would have said, but previously he had said something different than what you did. Keeping forward, correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's see. I think I've run out of questions. Ms. Gross, I've asked you a lot of questions. Is there anything that's important that I have not asked you that you think I should ask you?
No.
All right, well then I'm going to pass the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Lancaster. Mr. Cooper?
Ms. Groves, going back to your testimony about the video equipment, you didn't take any bids for the video equipment, did you?
No.
And when exactly was the invoice for the November general election submitted to the county?
With all of the rest of my invoices before the end of the year in '24.
Your testimony is before, it was submitted in 2024.
Yes, sorry.
Regarding the posting of the workers, first of all, you agree with me that your counters are election officials, correct?
Yes.
They have to swear an oath and do all the paperwork. Sign in.
Yes.
If the law requires posting 8 days prior and you add folks, that's a violation, is it not?
I object. That calls for a legal conclusion. That's not an appropriate question.
Can you rephrase that, Mr. Cooper?
I will rephrase the question.
Please.
If you added people between the 8-day period and the election day, and the law says that you're supposed to, I won't phrase that. If you add people, do you think it's incumbent upon you to post that somewhere?
I don't know. Sometimes we have to do it at the last moment to replace poll workers who are sick at the last moment.
Mr. Cooper, I am sorry, I am having some sort of a hemorrhage issue out of my right ear.
Oh.
Can we stop the proceedings for like 5 minutes? Yeah, I'm not certain what's going on.
Yeah, that is remarkable.
First responders. Someone call 911, let's get a ambulance in. No, sir, you are bleeding out here. You're very, very serious. Sir, please go to the hospital immediately.
That's the chair of the election commission has a hemorrhage. So yeah, we have a medical issue going on here. Let me stop everything real quick.
Somehow, someday, I can scratch my ear. I don't remember doing it. Folks, I apologize. I'm not sure what's going on. I can just say that it's tough to get old.
Okay, folks, so I don't know if they're going to continue this hearing or not.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and make sure we're off the record and just take a recess until our hearing officer can get back.
So the chair has been disposed. Okay, folks, so a quick update. They were asking several questions regarding the chair, regarding people being paid in Searcy County and other issues regarding finances of the election. Apparently, during the middle of that, it turns out that the chair had a hemorrhage in his ear. And it's being checked out to make sure if it's not something serious. I don't know.
Or you're welcome to hang out up here till they get back.
So let me see if I can do
Okay.
So yeah, that just happened. Yeah. Oops, that's a new one on me. I don't think I've seen that before. I've seen during the fights regarding what is it, Antifa, other groups that there has been. I've seen fight before. Of course, I witnessed the Jimmy Cabot fight. I've seen the protest. So hearing it may just be a scratch. They may be able to get him back in the room to complete this. I can't stay here too much longer myself. Anyway, that's pretty much what happened regarding that issue.
Yeah, can I have everyone's attention for just a moment? Does anyone recognize?
Yes.
Okay.
Sure, it's not mine.
It matches. We got a missing purse and a lot of other things going on. Oh, actually, I don't have See, I got bleeding in the ear. Folks, if you want to help support Just Our Angle, visit us online. Set up a Rumble account if you don't already have one. No, almost other. So my camcorder's automatically turning off. I'm actually going to put some more highlights. I'm putting them. YouTube allows to do multiple videos, and it has closed captions, so usually the highlights on there a little better. And then I'll review some of this and see. I'll probably find some highlights and then put them on Rumble. But the way I do things, of course, is I put on highlights, and then I'll do live stream and highlights. I may do a review on what happened here. I don't think I'll be able to be to the next hearing, which is tomorrow, and may miss out on that one. I'm not quite sure yet. I don't know exactly what all's going on here. I was just talking about this, and they were having a hearing. There's a supporter of paper ballots right back here. This is where a lot of the campaign is involved in. There's a BII. So yeah, you can come in. You can put political material if you want to. There's an organization that's in the middle of this controversy. Basically, the establishment, which is the establishment Republicans and Democrats, don't want paper ballots because they want to have the ability to manipulate elections. They'll never, of course, say that, but that's really, when it boils down to it, that's really what they're wanting to do. Because they're talentless consultants. With all the money that they have, aren't enough to win elections. And we have actually, Conduit News and other conservative activists have proven that, such as the election of the defeat of James Sturch was a recent example where Conduit News was able to focus on kicking someone out of office Let me see if I can do. Yeah. I think I'm only able to do 3 particular ads per stream, and so I think I've done that. And it won't let me try to do another ad. So I can't do any more ads for the day. But yeah, it was a bizarre moment. Let me see if I can find another video regarding Arkansas paper ballots. Even if it's not mine, you can kind of see a little bit of what we're talking about. But of course, the media and the powers that be, again, do not want paper ballots. They want machines. Other drama that's going on, there has been apparently a shooting at Fort. Let me go see where this sport is. Fort Stewart in Georgia. So let me go and share this while we're waiting to see what's going to happen here. They are not quite on break. The chair had blood come out of his ear. He is being checked on. So that's what happened. If you're wondering, no, they're not on break. The chair had bleeding in his ear. I'm going to go ahead and talk about another news story while we wait on this. Breaking news an hour ago. 5 soldiers have been shot at Fort Stewart in Georgia. Supposedly none of them have died. The suspect is in custody. Saying it's a Democrat. I don't know. Young cadet soldier had an argument with higher ups, possibly regarding leave time. Let me play some of this. Soldiers are disarmed on these bases. So if you remember the Muslim who should have never been allowed to even be on the base, who was there in, I think, another fort in Texas, and he managed to kill 17 people. Can we please? And here's somebody talking about that very thing. Yeah, why are we not allowing? Oh no, this guy's. So this is the guy. So he looks like a lefty. Let me see if they get this guy's name.
Hey, everybody, just a quick update. Upon closer inspection of the hearing officer's ear, it did appear that the bleeding was coming from deep within the ear rather than some superficial cut. So right now he's waiting on the paramedics to arrive and check him out, and then I guess he's gonna make a decision on what he needs to do. So we're still just gonna be in recess waiting on first responders to come take a closer look at him.
Hey, Chairman. Hey, if you don't mind, we got a man of the cloth here. If we could just offer this up in prayer to him as he goes through his journey for the people to take care of.
I'm going to pray. Let us pray. In the Father, Son, Holy Spirit, Amen. Lord, we ask that you would be with our chair as he's suffering from an unknown spot of bleeding. We ask that you be with the medics, that they would come quickly, safely to deliver the aid that they have been trained to do. Lord bless him, that he be brought to health. All else we ask in your name. Amen.
So that happened. Apparently, it's a little more serious than some kind of scratch. It's. I'm not sure that doesn't sound good. If it's bleeding, and it didn't seem like a scratch when it first started to happen. It was like something from the inside of the ear. No, they haven't reached any conclusions. 1776. They have. I'm not sure. I think they may have hearings tomorrow. They may have to actually cancel this and do hearings tomorrow. And I don't know if I can be here tomorrow or not. It kind of depends. But yeah, folks, anyway, let me do a quick update on what's going on with the fort. Somebody talked about gun violence. It's not gun violence. It was a violent person. The guns had nothing to do with it. They're soldiers, for goodness sakes. What are they supposed to fight with? And in fact, it's leftists that put anti-gun laws on army bases, which led to the massacre at Fort Hood, where the Muslim guy came in and just laughed away. It was 11 a.m. this morning. So, person's in custody, and I don't see any identification, so it was probably some kind of lefty. Usually, if it was someone that they could try to paint as a white conservative, especially if it's a conservative, especially if it's a white male, they would have already put the information out. So it's probably a leftist that shot up. Thank goodness so far nobody appears to have died, according to all news reports. But that's what's going on there. Yeah, here's something a little entertaining here.
He is. But in a functioning democracy, he still would not be able to get away with this. But he's been able to get away with this because the House Republicans are complicit. He's been able to get away with this because Senate Republicans are complicit. But most importantly, the courts, especially the Supreme Court, is complicit. And so I think one of the places that we have to start is we are absolutely, they are the highest court in the lands, and they have no ethics guardrails. Now you go down to the lower courts, and they do. How much sense does that make? Well, we know that the predicament we have every guardrails on themselves, so it's time for us to do it for them.
Child, and another thing, okay? That piece of shit, he the reason why my eyelashes going up, okay?
I just want to get a little bit of that, a little bit of light humor and a good, otherwise odd, intense moment. Here apparently has had it's a here. It apparently is a little bit. Turns out it's bad. This is an alternative to Meta Facebook, Meta Facebook has been caught
deliberately sabotaging people's efforts and has been caught shadow banning and kicking people off, doing all kinds of hurdles to prevent folks from actually being able to get famous. Here's another page you can go to if you want to support. It's Rebecca's Sweet Berry Picks. You'll get all kinds of items here. Strawberry shortcake, makeup stuff, computers, pants, all kinds of stuff. So check that out when you get the chance. You get to see what goes on. Folks, if this meeting adjourns early, I may have to take off. Matter of fact, I may have to go ahead and do that. Just go ahead and take off and get out of here, and then see about possibly coming in tomorrow. Here is, actually, let me go to my YouTube page so y'all can see it. They'll come up here. Here's my YouTube page. Keep Arkansas Legal on YouTube. Just sign in. Crowd. This is actually the license of this. I'll post. I'm literally putting video up like right now of this, but I'm probably going to have to take off here if they do come back, because I do have some other things I need to take care of. I didn't know how long this was going to be. It looks like they may just end this hearing, or if they don't, I don't know. They'll either enter. Some people that are notable, people that are in the room, I'll mention them because they've been great heroes in terms of a lot of causes. Right quick. This is Brian Norris. He is running for Secretary of State. So if he were to win election, he would be having a large part in what goes on with the paper ballots. He is talking to Clint Lancaster, who is legal representation for Arkansas Voter Integrity Initiative. Some other people I know, Robin Washington over there, very strong conservative. A lot like Catherine Bishop, Greene County. These are people you want to find and follow on Facebook. They're conservative heroes. Those are the two lawyers that are trying to punish the Searcy County group. There's Lori Justice, a very strong conservative. This is over there is a member of the Pulaski County Republican Committee. Oh goodness, I'm trying to remember his name now, and it kind of escapes me. Sorry about that. Lots of conservative folks here, concerned citizens who want this taken care of. It looks like this meeting may have to adjourn, which is sad because this poor lady right here, she actually had a medical condition that she needed to get surgery for. She took time to get that. They should have just had her speak right then. Instead of, they should have had her just speak while she was standing up there talking about her condition. So they may have to do that, but y'all will probably miss that. But I'm going to go let a few people know that this is I'm going to probably have to end my stream. I need to get out and head on out. There's Donnie Scroggins. drink. A lot of other reporters are here. There's a guy from Searcy County who has a radio show. I think it's called Faith Hope Radio. I think they may actually just cancel the meeting. And if they do, well, I'm probably going to have to take off. So I'm going to go ahead and start breaking stuff down because I need to, like I said, do some other stuff. And I've got a ton of camcorder highlights. Wish I could do an ad, but I've done all my campaigns for today. So they're going to have this tomorrow? I guess. I'm not sure what I'm going to do. I'm up in the air. Okay, folks, let me go ahead and start packing down. If folks do follow me at Just the Right Angle, some of the I'm going to post this as just kind of one of the issues I'm dealing with. One of the reasons we have these problems is we have a Republican Party that has been hijacked by consultants, and I'll tell you, I've always mentioned them before. Of course, the guy shown there is Chris Caldwell. He is the guy who is able to shut down committee meetings. And before, in the convention before last, in the 2024 convention, actually no, 2022 convention rather, he is the one who, along with Melanie Golick, sabotaged the Pulaski County process for choosing delegates to the 2022 state convention, for which Pulaski County was then punished for and not allowed to participate in, and then had police sick. And as you can see, those are his sponsors there on his jacket. Entergy, which I know is doing a lot of the stupid. I think I just heard on the radio they're doing another solar farm, which is a green energy scam. By the way, solar and wind are absolute scams. Carbon is less than 4% of the Earth's atmosphere. Man's contribution of that carbon is less than 4% of the Earth's. They are absolute 100% scams. All of the wind farms and solar panels likely couldn't even replace one oil well. It's a waste of taxpayer funds. In the case of the windmills, they often kill birds. There's a massive carbon footprint just to set up the stupid farms, especially the windmills. But these are the consultants, and until these consultants are kicked out of the Republican Party, unfortunately, you're going to have more problems like this, like what we're having now, which this, by the way, this hearing is a witch hunt on people that were falsely accused of messing up the Searcy County election. Their main crime was supposedly buying camera equipment, for which they claim that they were being coerced. And let me see if I have a story on this. Let me find Conduit News and see if I can share. I'm putting this up until Conduit News should have a good article. And Conduit is an excellent place to get resources on what's going on. Like I said, I'm kind of doing all this while I'm breaking stuff down here, because I'm probably just going to have to take off. I can't. Y'all do continue to follow me. I will give updates on this. I'll see if I can come to tomorrow. I'm not quite sure yet. I need to. I don't know if they have a vice chair. I know with the Republican county groups, we have vice chairs. So if the chair is not able to conduct the meeting, the vice chair takes over. I guess they don't have that here. So let me share this tab for a little bit. And I'll try to find a news description of what all this is going on while I am packing down stuff. And of course, I get this issue that does come up. So this is Conduit News' main page. They also are on Twitter. Now here's the story of the former voter clerk arrested. This took about several years and lots of pressure just to get this done. This is the person that should have been dealt with by the election commission, but wasn't. And here's, of course, a 3-minute read. I won't go through the whole thing. Deborah Smith, 57 North Little Rock. She has switched 132 voter registrations for North Little Rock and Maumelle ahead of the 2024 election. That's a lot of votes, by the way. That's enough to throw an election. We've had state reps and state senators that have been decided on that many votes. But this has been done several times, and next to nothing has been done about it.
I wish I would have.
So this is an organization, great organization that talks about a lot of issues. Let me see if I can find the story about the other thing while I am packing stuff up. Oh, he's back. Okay, folks, it appears he is back. He has returned. Well, now I'm not quite sure what to do.
Go back on the record.
We are back on the record. Folks, I apologize. I'm sure you were, I know folks from Arkansas, I'm sure everyone was praying for me. And I appreciate it greatly. I truly do. For the record, I just want to make certain that everyone's aware that Commissioner Luther accompanied me, not because he was trying to ex parte or anything of that nature. He happens to be an advanced licensed EMT. And then once, I guess, under his rules, once he offered service to me, he was obligated to stay with me the entire time. So until I was cleared and ready to go. All right, Mr. Lancaster, again, my apologies. I'm not certain where you were. I think you were close to wrapping up.
Oh, actually, it was Mr. Cooper was asking questions, and I just want to say for the record that I'm glad you're going to live.
You know, so am I. All right, Mr. Cooper.
I can start. Ms. Gross, I believe you testified that you didn't provide all of the waivers to the county clerk. Is that correct?
The affidavits, you mean?
Yeah, the affidavits waiver of pay.
I did not provide any of them.
Are you aware of the Fair Labor Standards Practices Act?
No, sir.
Are you aware that that act requires county workers be paid within 30 days of their hours that they earned?
I'm not familiar with that, sir.
Regarding Landis polling site, I believe you testified that at some point a commissioner went to that site.
Yes, sir, and a coordinator.
How many people were there total?
At one time, there were 5 total. At one time, there were 4 total. And at one time, there were 3 total.
Okay, were the extra people there all day?
No, sir.
And they didn't sign in as poll workers?
One was a commissioner and one was a coordinator. So commissioners and coordinators end up in several different polling places throughout the day typically.
No further questions.
Mr. Luther? Mr. Lancaster, any follow-up?
Yes, first off, I would ask that you take judicial notice of Arkansas Code annotated 1422-104A1, which says that a county may purchase things with county funds. And it says formal bidding is required when the purchase price equals or exceeds $35,000. I can bring this to you if you'd like to see it.
Please.
May I approach?
Please.
Don't drop.
I'll handle it delicately.
Thank you.
I promise.
Well, how am I gonna read all the things in the newspaper about me if I don't have it? Oh,
All right, Mr. Cooper, any objection?
do you want to see it, Mr. Cooper?
No, I trust your veracity on that.
You know, it's the law.
No objection to the
I
law.
don't have any objection to accepting it. I think my ears bleeding again, right?
Maybe a little bit, it looks a little red.
Well, they fleshed it out, so that may be one of the reasons, but if it starts to looking like it's dripping down my back of my neck, just somebody give me a thumbs up and let me know.
Have you got like a napkin or something to dab it with? Want me to get you one?
I've got a handkerchief.
All right.
I can do that.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
I do have a couple more questions though for Mrs.
Yes, sir.
Gross. Ms. Gross, Mr. Cooper asked you if you'd taken bids to get this video equipment. Now, do you understand that you're not required to take bids? Did you know that now?
I know that now.
Yeah. All right. And as far as this fair labor and standards thing, if you can't pay these people, how, in your opinion, can you violate that act? All right, I withdraw the question. That was more for the effect.
Mr. Cooper?
As are most. Nothing further.
Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner?
I have one. If you would turn to tab, if you would turn to tab 4.15. If you look at the right column, the bottom two signatures, do you recognize those individuals?
I recognize the bottom one. Let me think for a second. I've looked at a lot of their signatures often. If I had my list with me, I would probably know who that is. I recognize the bottom one for sure. Only because I know whose signature it is. So I read it.
Neither of those are called Mark.
Yeah, that's Mark. That's Mark Wood. The bottom one is
Mark who?
Wood. No. I didn't know his last name. Mark Wood.
And what was his job?
He was the tech person provided with the equipment.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any of the commissioners?
You stated that you didn't recognize those bottom two signatures very well. How do you pay that? How do you pay these workers when you don't know who their name is?
This is they sign the oath.
Right.
And so when they fill out a timesheet, they print. And then they sign the bottom of it, but I've got their names on the timesheets. When we have a time sheet for everybody who gets a paycheck.
So you actually have oath of a poll worker that you don't know who they are, but you'll pay them off of a different kind of list.
We pay them off of their timesheets.
Ms. Gross, my question is about the equipment that y'all got for transparency for the elections. I know you already testified that y'all looked into buying some to help out with the elections, but it was too expensive, correct?
Correct.
And that is the reason that you leased or rented the equipment just for the election day.
Yes, sir.
How was it that y'all got to choosing the vendor that y'all did for the rental?
I was in a meeting and I said, I would love to be able, we had people in our county who had asked us, how can we trust that you'll count the paper ballots accurately, which is a valid question. And so we started talking about how can we help them be comfortable to know that their vote will be counted accurately. And we said, what if it's possible to have the ballots, like when they're counting, on a camera so that they can see on a screen as the ballots are counted, literally count if they want to with. And so I started asking, I don't know much about equipment. I started asking around and somebody said, there's a company that has that kind of equipment and will rent it. And so I contacted them.
Okay. So someone recommended the company y'all ended up using. ADII. And because of the recommendation, you reached out to them to do the rental or the lease agreement.
Yes, sir.
How did y'all come to the fee of $100?
I asked them what they charge.
And they said $100. Did you ask for a lower price when they offered that?
No.
Why not?
I wasn't trying to negotiate with them. We could afford the $100. Seemed reasonable.
Any other questions from the commission?
Good.
Just trying to clarify a couple of things in my mind. We had the yellow legal pad that had the name of the counters on them. Okay, so the counters were all sworn in, and these were people that were sworn in.
Yep. The yellow legal pad was a housekeeping item for us. As counters came in, they signed in so that we could then compare the list of people who came in and signed in to be counters to make sure we had either an affidavit or a timesheet for every person. It wasn't a list meant to be public. It was a housekeeping list for us.
Okay, so the people that counted, was that, the people that were doing the counting, was that ever public?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay.
It was posted in the courthouse.
It was posted in the courthouse.
Yes, sir.
That's what I wanted to be clear at. Everybody that counted was posted in the courthouse except for
those 3 or 4.
So 3 or 4 you had to.
They came in later.
Okay.
And we needed as many counters as we could get.
But to your knowledge, the list you posted 8 days before was the list that included everybody, and it just got adjusted for a couple people that fell off. But they were all everybody that counted was made public.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me switch to the company. The tech company that did the video. I think there's been testimony that 2 or 3 of their workers were involved throughout the day. Were those people with the tech company that were involved, were those names posted to the public as being involved in the count?
No, sir. They weren't involved in the count.
They weren't involved in the count.
They were not allowed back behind we had a barricade set
So
up.
they were just videoing.
There were people who set up, and then there was one tech who was Mark, who was sworn in, and I took him through some training to handle the tech.
Okay, so one of the tech persons was sworn in and listed in public.
Yes, sir.
The tech company that y'all hired, are they in the normal, is that their normal customary business to do video work?
I don't know much about their business other than our engagement.
I mean, that's important to me because I applaud trying to be transparent on showing the count. I think my issue is we need transparency on who was hired to show the count. Who are these people? Are they in the business of videoing, or are they in some other business? What's the normal customary payment for that kind of rental? Is $100 normal, or is that real cheap? Do you know?
I don't know.
I mean, is it customary? If it was customary for that kind of video to cost $10,000 and someone's offering you to do it for $100, I would want to know why they were wanting to do it. They were willing to do it for $100.
Good question. I've never rented it, so I have no idea what it goes for.
Again, I applaud the transparency on showing it. I'm trying to go a step further on, let's be transparent on who we hired to show it. Who isn't? What business are they in? That was some of my just thoughts. I mean, I know I'm babbling here a little bit, but okay, that's all I've got right now.
I'm sorry, Ms. Gross, there was one more question I meant to ask you, I forgot to. Did the vendor on the equipment, did the vendor ABII, did they initially offer to give you all the services of the equipment for free for the day?
They had asked us if we could use it, and I said, yeah, but that's what we're looking for. And I don't remember if they have said you can use it if you want, and I said, no, I can't. I'm not allowed to do that. I need to rent it.
Okay, so they offered to let you have it for free, but then you told them you couldn't do that, so then they offered to give you the services for $100.
No, I said, thank you. I said, what would you rent it for? And they said, we'll get back to you on that.
Okay, so they offered to give it to you free of charge, and you said you can't do that. You said, what Ray could give us. They went back and deliberated, then they came up with $100.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
For the day, I believe you testified that you had multiple people providing technical services and installing the equipment throughout the course of the day in the count.
They set it up in the morning, and then there was one person who was their technical person, and then I don't know if he tore it down. I left. I don't know if he tore it down by himself or not, because it was very early in the morning.
And from a pricing perspective, Mr. B just asked about specifically whether or not they'd offered it for free. You had asked about pricing in the meeting according to your testimony. When you got that deal, did you compare it with anybody else?
No, sir.
Is that normal when you look at it when you, I believe on the podcast you mentioned renting equipment?
Hang on, I object. That podcast is not in evidence.
It's not required.
I think that's a good objection, Commissioner.
Okay. Is it common to rent equipment for a day along with many hours worth of labor at less than minimum wage?
I don't know what the value of that equipment is.
But you do know the value of labor. We have minimum wage, correct? And presumably they work more than 10 hours at minimum wage?
Sir, the company offered me the equipment for $100 for the day. I didn't sit around and try to figure out how much they were going to pay their people. It's not up to me.
But I think that's the question at hand, is whether or not it was an improper purchase or an attempt to offer services that were not legal or were donated, which is against the law.
Somebody offered me to rent their equipment. We needed the equipment, and I accepted their offer, and we used the equipment.
Or specifically on payment, I'm changing gears, sorry. On payment, you mentioned you did not know the date that you turned over the information. I believe counsel for the state had mentioned that you have 30 days to pay, but you could not tell us an exact date when you were paid, and you could not tell us an exact date of when that information went out. So you couldn't tell us when we turned it in, so we don't know if they had 30 days from even when you turned it in.
I turned it in after the election, before the end of the year, which would have been within 30 days.
Before the end of the year would have been 30 days, but you could not specifically tell us whether or not you did it within 30 days.
No, I'm sorry. All I said was it was before the end of the year. All of my paperwork was turned in, and I turned it in tranches, like batches.
Mm-hmm.
And typically I turn in whatever needs to be paid first, and then later on there's a lot, as you know, there's a lot of paperwork.
Yep.
Right? So I try to turn in everything that has to do with getting paid as early as possible. Our poll workers deserve to get paid as quickly as possible. So I try to go in the next week after we certify the election and put all that together and turn it in.
As a part of the process, when the subpoena was issued, why was this not provided immediately upon the subpoena being issued?
Just for the record, I'd like to point out that my client's not charged with failing to answer a subpoena timely, but I don't have a problem if she answers the question.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lancaster. Can you answer that, ma'am?
Sure. We were in the middle of a very confusing school election. Those elections are so confusing, I believe the legislature has changed the dates of holding them because they're confusing. Involved 3 counties. We'd never done it before. And we were really busy. And I said, when they asked me, first of all, they asked me through an email for information. And I said, I will be glad to get you that information as soon as I get this election wrapped up. But right now, we don't have a staff. We don't even have a computer in our office. I mean, we're pretty much Stone Age in Searcy County. And so I have no problem turning over any information, but it was run the election or stop the election and start going and pulling paperwork out of the files and copying it one by one, because that's how rudimentary our office is.
Was that communicated back to the state before the 3 days, which the subpoena had?
It was actually before the subpoena. It was when they asked through email, and I sent them an email and said, I'll be glad to provide it, but I cannot until this election is over. It was really confusing. And then once the election was certified, we started putting it all together and we sent it.
Then on the last issue, specifically about not having 4 election officials at the polling location, can you read on page 3 what the statute says, specifically around how many poll workers are to be at the location?
Mr. Williams? Yeah.
ACA annotation 74107B2 and A.
What exhibit is it again, sir?
Exhibit 1, I apologize, on page 3 of that exhibit.
All right, and you're looking at what, sir? Yeah.
Section 4, under the first part, ACA annotated 74107B2A.
Right here.
Yes.
Yeah, that each polling location be staffed with a minimum of 4 workers.
So regardless of what information you were given, the law stated we had to have 4, correct?
Yes, that's true.
Thank you.
Commissioner Clement?
I did have a question about, you kind of indicated, and correct me if I'm wrong, that there was one of the technical people out there, like from AVII, that you swore him in as an election official?
We had him swear the oath, even though he wasn't handling the ballots, and he wasn't, we were counting, he wasn't counting. But and I'll tell you the reason we did that, because when we were asked, after the primary, the state board asked us if we had sworn him in so that he could be back behind the rope where the ballots were being counted, because there were scanners, so sometimes the scanners would stick and he would have to go unstick the scanners. And so had asked if we had sworn him in so that he could go back there in the primary, and we had not, because we didn't know that we were supposed to. So we had him take the oath with everyone else, because we knew we'd be going back there.
So you swore him in as an election official, and then you indicated some kind of partial training.
Yes, sir.
Can you be a poll worker with no training?
Well, he wasn't a poll worker, sir.
Or was
He was,
sworn in? A poll, election official then, is that what it is?
I don't know the technical terms, and I don't know, but we were told we needed to swear him in, but we knew his training had to do with machines only, like not handling the ballots, because he hadn't been through poll worker training.
Right.
And so we told him what was allowed and what wasn't allowed based on what we had been told after the primary by the state board. And that was all, because he knew I couldn't train him on the equipment. So
is this the same guy that seemed to be confused about whether he was allowed to touch a ballot or not allowed to touch a ballot?
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point. When I tried to subpoena all 70 county clerks to come here and testify, you ruled that I could not expand the issues before this board. And it's not fair for the board members to expand them by questioning about something that's not in this notice of hearing.
It'd be the same thing, Commissioner Clement. The touching of the ballots isn't within the four corners of the notices of, within the four corners of the notice of hearing. So.
May I ask a follow-up? They signed the oath of the poll worker, but he was not going to be a poll worker with that, and he did not have the training. Is that correct? Is that what was stated?
he was helping us with the counting of ballots, but he wasn't counting ballots, he was helping with the machinery.
And why was he signed in as a poll worker or sworn in?
He swore an oath to not to reveal whatever he saw. That's what the oath says.
It says, "We, the undersigned, do swear that we will perform the duties of poll workers of this election according to the law and to the best of our abilities, and that we will studiously endeavor to prevent fraud, deceit, and abuse in conducting the same, and we will not disclose how any voter shall have voted unless required to do so as a witness in a judicial proceeding or proceeding to contest an election." But it says we will perform the duties of poll workers, and it was not one.
Well, the poll working was finished. It was just counting. But we wanted him to, because he would have access, he would be walking by tables where there were ballots. So we felt good signing him in as swearing that he wouldn't reveal anything that he might see in that capacity. And that was the reason that we swore him in. I mean, he clearly wasn't working the polls. The polls were finished.
Does that seem as if
I'm gonna make the same objection here. This isn't in the four corners of this document. I wanted to expand the issues apparently, but I take issue with the fact that the board can do it.
Forgive me, but what was the issue was who was a poll worker and who was not, and who was posted 8 days prior to the election.
This one I think has some nexus, Ms. Lancaster, to the allegation in terms of, I guess when I ask you this, Commissioner, what allegation are you inquiring about?
Whether or not he was a poll worker in what capacity. It was not on the list, but he is signed.
Okay, so it's the list. It's number 2.
It is.
Okay. I'm going to overrule your objection. Can you answer that, ma'am?
Would you restate the question?
So he wasn't on the list, the 8 days from the election.
No, sir, he was not on the list.
He was sworn in as a poll worker, but he was not a poll worker. Does it make sense for a third-party provider that's providing and rendering services to be sworn in to be a poll worker where they do not conduct any activities related to being a poll
I don't know. I got in trouble for not swearing him in the primary. So I don't know what to do. I mean, you tell me what I'm supposed to do, and I'll do what I'm supposed to do.
That answer your question, Commissioner?
Not entirely, but I'm not sure I'll get a different answer.
I think you got the answer you're going to get. Yes, sir.
I think you're right.
All right. Any other commissioners? Follow-up from counsel, Mr. Cooper. Oh, wait a minute. I apologize. This is your witness, Mr. Lancaster. Follow-up from you, sir?
Give me a sec. I just moved my note. Have you ever viewed the website for the Arkansas Voter Integrity Initiative?
No, sir.
May I approach?
Sure.
I happen to have this pulled up. Would you agree that website says arkansasvii.org?
Yes, it does.
All right. And it's got the picture of Colonel Conrad Reynolds on the homepage, right? Is that him right there?
Looks like it.
All right. And can you read what this headline is on the website's homepage? This red one here.
The red one?
Yeah.
The AVII hand count method has been successfully implemented in Arizona. Watch the video.
Is there a video below that?
Yes, sir.
You want to watch it?
Well, I do. Because we have
Objection, Your Honor. It's relevant.
Well, no. He had asked if they're in the business of this. Commissioner Smith.
Does that prove they're in the business of, I'm talking about a video business, not, is this an outfit that's, I mean, are they pushing paper ballots? Is that their deal? Or what?
Well, I'm not under oath, but I'll happily answer your question.
Yeah, you're not under oath.
My question was, did you look to hire a video business to video the counting of the ballots?
I was looking for somebody to help us with our transparency. These people said they had the equipment. They said they would rent it. I said, great, we need help.
What do you know about these people?
I don't know a lot about them. I know they have video equipment and they offer to lend.
That's my issue. We're talking about transparency. Transparency would be to know who you're dealing with. In an open business.
Well, that's not really a question, it's more of a statement.
I'm just
I understand.
I'm just telling you what's on my mind is, if we're gonna, what did you know about this outfit that basically provided free service?
I object to the characterization of free.
$100 for 4 guys?
See, this is why I asked the board members to recuse, because they have a preconceived notion of what this is costing and what is fair.
Hold on.
No, we're not. That's not in the.
Hold on.
I mean,
Hold on.
all right.
Please, hold on. Because this is starting to spiral out of control a little bit. All right. We need to be focused on the allegations that are in here, not expand it beyond these allegations. And I know that always we get into potentially extraneous issues associated with some of these allegations. However, this is just me sitting here. I'm listening to this witness. I think she's answered these questions multiple times already.
Yes.
In terms of her knowledge and what she knew and what she didn't. So I'm going to ask everybody involved, okay? Does anybody else, I'm going to ask one more time, anybody else have any questions? I'll ask the commission. Council. All right. Ma'am? Well, theoretically, there's not a question pending, so you don't have the ability to voice an opinion. But, no, it's fine, ma'am. I know everyone appreciates your testimony here this afternoon. I certainly do. Go ahead and you can resume. Yeah, thank you so much. Go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you're done, yeah.
Yeah, I'm welcome.
I have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Cooper. I thought we were done.
That's okay. Ms. Gross, I think you testified that you checked on prices of purchasing equipment.
We looked on the internet to see what what cameras cost and realized we couldn't afford them.
How much were they?
Ken was in charge of that. So
I'll ask you. You mentioned Mark Cook, and you swore him in.
yeah, yes,
Doesn't he live out of state?
I don't know where he lives.
Your Honor, I'm gonna renew my objection because Mr. Cook and his participation is not why we're here.
I have to agree with Mr. Cooper. We really are stretching the limits here.
Understood, Your Honor.
All right.
No further questions.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, thank you again very much for your testimony. Mr. Lancaster, your next witness, please.
Let's hear it from Mr. Weekly.
You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Lancaster.
Would you state your name, please?
Ken Weekly.
Mr. Weekly, do you live in Searcy County?
I do.
You're the other Republican designee to the County Board of Election Commissioners.
I am, yes.
Did you hear Ms. Gross's testimony?
Yes, I did.
Was there anything that you thought about her testimony that was not accurate?
No.
Is her testimony, if I were to ask you those same questions, would your testimony be the same or would it be different?
She has more knowledge, but I agree with her testimony.
Okay. And now you looked at buying video cameras.
Correct.
Do you remember what the cost was?
Well over $500 for 2 cameras.
Okay. All right. And so was it cheaper for y'all to rent cameras or to buy cameras?
Much cheaper.
Okay. Do you have any control over how the company you rent the cameras from pays for its employees?
No.
Did you get in trouble for not, well, never mind. I'm not going to ask that. Is there anything that that you want to add to Ms. Gross's testimony?
No.
Anything I haven't asked you think it's important that I do ask you?
No.
All right, I have no further questions.
Mr. Cooper?
No question, Your Honor.
Commissioners, any questions?
Just one. For the pricing for the services and the equipment, were there any itemized details or was it a lump sum?
It was a lump sum.
Thanks, sir.
Any other commissioners? I don't think I need to ask follow-up from council on that one question, but I will. Anything? Sir, thank you very much for your testimony.
Your Honor, I would not want Mr. Ratchford and my new friend from the Democrat Party not to have a chance to talk, so I call him.
Not up here, sir. You swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this hearing, so you'll be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lancaster.
Thank you. You're L.C. Ratchford?
Correct.
You live in Searcy County?
Yes, sir.
You're the Democrat Party nominee, correct?
Yes, sir.
Or representative on the county board?
Correct.
You're the only Democrat I've ever represented in my life. Did you know that?
No, sir.
That's true. Did you hear Ms. Gross's testimony?
Yes, sir.
Did you find it to be accurate?
Completely.
If I asked you the same questions, would your answers be any different?
No, sir.
Is there anything you would like to add or take away from what she said?
No, sir.
All right. Anything I haven't asked you that you think it's important that I do ask you?
No, sir.
All right. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lancaster. Mr. Cooper.
No questions, Your Honor.
Commissioners, any questions? Sir, thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Lancaster?
Have a minute.
Sure.
Your Honor, I do. So I have one witness that goes to the arguments I made on that motion to quash of evidence that I would want to put in the record. But rather than listen to Mr. Cooper object in front of the entire room, I would just like to save that till after Ms. Griffin's testimony.
Sure thing.
So I can proper it into the record.
Okay.
Other than that, we rest.
Thank you, Mr. Lancaster. All right, gentlemen, how about some closing statements? Mr. Cooper?
Thank you, Your Honor. Commissioners, the facts in this case are straightforward, like I said, and are not complicated. Arkansas election law provides that all polling locations must have at least a minimum of 4 poll workers. The CBEC is required to uphold that law. There's no question, based on the evidence, that the Landis polling location in Searcy County had fewer than 4 poll workers at least part of the time during election day. Further, Arkansas law provides that all election workers be paid a minimum wage for the hours worked, or they must sign an affidavit waiving their pay. Further, SBEC rules provide that any such affidavit must be kept with the payroll records of the county. There's no question based on the evidence that some election workers who signed an affidavit waiving pay were in fact paid, and some workers who indicated that they wanted to be paid were in fact not paid. Further, none of the affidavits waiving pay were provided to the county clerk for its payroll records. Arkansas law provides that the names of all election workers must be posted at least 8 days prior to the election. There's no question based on the evidence that's been heard today that 3 election workers at least were not listed on the required posting, thereby depriving the public of an opportunity to object to them being election workers. And lastly, Arkansas election law provides that no county official shall take or accept any grants, gifts, or services or anything of value for the purpose of paying election-related expenses or performing his or her election duties from any source other than a city, a county, a state, or a federal government entity. Based on the evidence presented, there's no question that the Searcy County CBEC accepted a gift of services and equipment in performing its duties. And there's no question that the single value thus accepted was from a source not approved by the statute. These are not complicated facts. These laws apply to every county in the state. Searcy County CBEC violated these election laws, and this CBEC should be appropriately sanctioned by the board. We ask the board to determine today that these violations of election law occurred and that the board issue a sanction to the CBEC of a letter of reprimand and a decertification for 7 federal election cycles or 14 years.
Wow.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Mr. Lancaster.
I don't think that Mr. Cooper's recitation of the evidence was completely accurate. Okay, let's just start out by people who wanted to be paid and were not paid, and people who were vice versa. There's been no evidence testified to here today that there was somebody who wanted to be paid that was not paid. Instead, the evidence indicates that some people partially volunteered and some people wanted to be paid for part of their work. There's nothing wrong with that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. And Ms. Gross explained why Ms. Griffin had a waiver, an affidavit waiver, but was still paid. She wanted to be paid to be a poll supervisor, but she didn't want to be paid to help count ballots because she probably views that as her civic duty in the mountainous town of Marshall, Arkansas. And so that's not a violation of election law. The Election Commission cannot make the county clerk take the affidavits. And I don't see a single place in the law or a rule that says the county clerk must do that or they must give it to the county clerk. Maybe that's the practice at some places, but we cannot penalize people for violating laws and rules that do not exist. And the day we start doing that, we're in trouble as a society of free people, because we expect people to follow the law, but they have to know what it is, and they can't be punished for something that's not the law. And so to that extent, my clients have absolutely zero ability to pay anyone. That's not their job. That's the county treasurer's job. And the testimony was that Ms. Gross had submitted everything timely, and it was the county treasurer who had not paid. And the evidence also was, as soon as Ms. Gross heard that there were people who had not been paid, she promptly called and they were paid. What else do you want her to do? I mean, what else can she do? She didn't get a report saying people weren't being paid. She didn't stick her head under the sand for weeks on end. As soon as she heard there was a problem, she fixed it. As far as Landis goes, I think there's something really wrong here. Right? The state board's employees cannot tell somebody, an election official, it's okay to do this, and then punish them for it later. I mean, if this was a criminal case, which it's not, that is the legal definition of entrapment. That is, do this, and then I'll punish you for it. And so, yes, that is the statute, but the board's actions at taking enforcement action against this county board for it is disappointing when they were authorized to do it in the past. Additionally, It was an emergent situation. I know that a number of us, I know I've been on the County Board of Election Commissioners, and I know Mr. Clemmer has, and I'm sure there's other folks. When you lose a poll supervisor the night before Election Day, that's a problem. You don't just have an extra one of those in your pocket generally. And so you have to make do, and you have to get people over there. And they got people over there and got, the testimony was it was not staffed with 3 workers all day. It was opened with 3 workers. And so I really don't think that is something this board should be enforcing, taking enforcement action against my clients when its own employee had previously told her it was okay. And that was unrefuted testimony, unrefuted. And additionally, as far as this video equipment goes, who are we to say what the fair market value of it is? Your job here is not to determine whether you think it's fair market value, but to evaluate the evidence that's come before this commission about its fair market value. And there is 0 evidence. Nobody can even tell you what brand of camera this was. You don't know if it was a GoPro. You don't know anything about it. You don't know what kind of TV it was. You don't know a single thing about how much any of it cost. So how is it that you can make a determination about whether it's a gift or whether it's fair market value? I'll tell you, I have had the pleasure, and I use that word sarcastically, of going to the country of Cuba. And in Cuba, they have all these Chinese cars that I've never seen in my life. And I imagine that they're cheap. And I imagine that they fall apart. But I got no way of knowing what a Chinese-made imported car to Cuba costs. So therefore, if I were to rent one, I would have no idea whether I'm paying the fair market value. And I make that argument to you to point out that you also don't know what the value of this equipment was, so you have no basis to find that it was a gift. None whatsoever. You have no basis to find it wasn't fair market value. I think when an election commission in any county is presented a deal and it's under $35,000, they don't have to take bids. They don't have to go out and inquire. This was the offer. They accepted. They paid it. End of story. And so I don't think that the state has proven its case. I don't think that the state has shown that they took something of value from a source that they weren't supposed to, right? And the statute itself doesn't say they can't take things from unapproved sources. It just says they can't take them for free. It can't be a gift. And the testimony is it was not a gift. As far as the list of election workers, what are we supposed to do when you post your list 8 days before an election and then some people don't show up? Or some people show up and say they want to help and they're properly trained. Are we just going to tell them no because their name wasn't on the list 8 days before? We can only apply the law here. The law here says that list must be posted. It does not say it can't change, and it does not say it must be reposted. And I had a conversation at the Joint Performance Review Committee one time about spirits of the law. Now, laws don't have spirits. Laws have words. And those words control. And it does not say in that statute that you can't change your list or that you've got to post an updated list. It says a list of what you have 8 days before has to be posted. And there's no evidence that that did not happen. And so if we're going to penalize election commissions for adding and removing poll workers after the 8-day limit, we're going to start having a very hard time conducting elections in this state.
Yep.
And so I don't think my client's position here is that it doesn't seem like whatever they do will make this board happy. They've tried, they've done what you've asked, and they called, they've got guidance, and they're still here. And they're still having to live with the rings of this board from June 11th saying they committed fraud. And I'm going to tell you, fraud's a serious allegation.
Sure is.
And so they haven't committed fraud, they haven't taken any gifts, and I would just appreciate it if you would send these nice people on their way back to Searcy County to continue doing a good job with elections.
Exactly.
Here, here.
Thank you, Mr. Lancaster. Mr. Cooper, do you have any rebuttal?
No, Your Honor.
Y'all scared a child. All right, with that, I'll go ahead and call the evidentiary part of the record to a close. I turn it over to the chair for a motion and vote. This one's a little bit awkward because we do have 3 respondents. I think you need to, commissioners, I'm going to suggest that you take up each respondent individually. And it might even be beneficial, just for the record, to have a motion and a vote on each separate count. That's my suggestion. A lot of times we lump them together, but for purposes of the record and for the benefit of the respondents as well as everybody present, I think it would be very, very helpful if you would take up each allegation separately, determine whether it's been proven or not, and then find your sanction. And then, or you could just take up, I'll take that back. Let me rewind that a little bit. I take up each allegation of fact separately for each respondent, and then you can circle back and decide whether or not, if these allegations were indeed proven, what the appropriate section was. Have I muddied the waters or clarified them for you? If you have any questions for me, Commissioner Williams, you were putting your hand up.
A little muddy. Are you asking to take each issue and then each respondent in the issue and then move to the next?
Because there's 3 separate respondents, yeah, I think you really need to take them up separately. But I also think you need to take up each allegation separately because the evidence was not particularly uniform one way or the other. And I think if you lump it all together, it's going to create a confusing record. Mr. Chairman, do you think you can?
I think my only point of clarification is as to taking up each issue for each respondent, what would we be deciding to each issue? Whether
I would suggest the following: whether or not, for example, let me get my eyeballs again. So I would start off by saying, as it relates to the Honorable Laura Gross, that the testimony and evidence either proved or disproved the allegation contained as to whether or not the evidence and testimony proved the allegation of fact contained in count 1, and then move on. Whether or not the testimony and evidence was proved for count 2 on down the line. And then once you're done with Ms. Gross, then you could move on to Mr. Rashford, the same thing. And then if those allegations were indeed proven to you, what if any appropriate section that you want to apply to Ms. Gross, Mr. Rashford, and Mr. Weekly. Does that help?
It does help. And then just final question, standard of proof being by preponderance to each of these issues.
Preponderance of the evidence is applicable. Again, the burden is not on Mr. Lancaster or the respondents to prove a thing. They don't have to prove anything. The burden's on Mr. Cooper. So you're going to have to make the determination as to whether or not he approved by that 50.0001% that these allegations were indeed proven. That's the preponderance of evidence. Counsel, do you have any concern or questions about how I have laid this out for the board to decide?
I don't have any.
Ms. Lancaster?
The only thing I would like for you to consider adding is that though I don't have the burden of proving anything, the board still gets to consider the evidence that I elicited in their defense and determining whether or not by a preponderance of the evidence they violated these things.
And that is a very accurate representation of what a defense counsel does. So, any other clarifications, questions? If not, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you.
All right, thank you. All right, remember we're on the record, everybody, so let's go one at a time. Just give me a head nod or raise your hand if you got something to say or want to go. We'll start as the matter, the Honorable Ms. Lori Gross. Take up issue number 1, as y'all probably see there in front of you, that you, as part of the County Board of Election Commissioners, violated election law by accepting something of value from an unapproved source that furthered your duties as County Board of Election Commissioners. Do we have any discussion on issue one? Commissioner Smith, you want to go? Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll start. I just want to make some comments to get a discussion going. I just want to tell you my views on it, and then we can go from there. My view, I'm going to start with issue 2, 3, and 4. 2, 3, and 4.
Commissioner Smith, I'm sorry to interrupt you. The hearing officer recommended we take it one at a time. Do you?
As far as an action,
We're still. Okay.
I'm just going to make a brief statement overall because I'm going to lump these together. After hearing all the testimony and evidence, my view on 2, 3, and 4 is that these were issues like the person getting sick, couldn't be there, but on the 4 people being there, we had someone get sick. Most of the time, we did have 4 there. On the posting of the 8, we posted the 8. We had a couple people getting sick. Little technicality there. Technicality on the 4. The payment, again, technicality. My view on 2, 3, and 4 is to dismiss those. That's what I'm for. Is to dismiss 2, 3, and 4. There's explanations. There was explanations for all those, in my opinion. Now, one I do have an issue with. I think one's more serious than maybe even the county commission thinks. I think the intentions are good with one. I think we're trying to hire a company to be transparent. I think that's good intentions. I think it's well-meaning. They're trying to save money. Someone says, well, we'll give this to you. Well, it only costs $100. Everybody wants to save money. These counties don't have money to waste. But I think it's a dangerous precedent because just common sense, this was a valuable operation. I know we don't have maybe testimony, the exact number, but 3 people, 4 in the morning, all these cameras, my just common sense is that costs a lot of money if you were to pay for it. And I think it's a bad precedent to accept that as a gift. If a political party offered to give that service as a gift, that wouldn't look good. If I don't know anything about this company, I don't think it looks good. If we're trying to be transparent, we need to be transparent on if we're going to hire this video company, I think it needs to be done properly. And this was a valuable service that wasn't paid for. And that bothers me. That didn't feel right. And so I'm for dismissing 2, 3, and 4. 1, I think that's wrong. I think they took a valuable service and they didn't pay for it. I don't think the intent was there. I'm not for decertifying anybody for that, but I think there needs to be, what I would recommend there is like a letter of warning even, which is one of our more serious letters on why this shouldn't be done. I'm not necessarily for decertifying anybody for that. I'm just going to throw that out there. That's my opinion. We've got to get some discussion going on it. And so that's my 2 cents worth.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith. Commissioners want to go ahead. Commissioner Williams.
I have a couple of issues on one. No pricing was listed for the goods and services rendered, whether it be for a lease for the day or a purchase or not. It was acknowledged that it was significantly more expensive to purchase. I understand that. Throughout the course of the day, though, they rented from a company that did not testify as to whether or not this is a common service that is provided. And similar to Commissioner Smith, I have strong issues by not going with a provider that does this, and there was no evidence presented to the contrary that would say this is something that's common and easily accessible, communicable to everyone. And so from that standpoint, given that Labor involved likely would have cost more than that if you were to pay a flat hourly rate. And then to rent equipment, it would be more expensive than what was paid. It does not seem to make sense to me that it would only cost $100 for the day. Additionally, I do think this goes into issue 2 as well. I want to make the point that a gentleman was sworn in from this company as a poll worker who did not perform the duties of a poll worker. So we paid for services and equipment from a company, then swore one of their employees in as a poll worker who did not perform poll worker duties and was also not on the list of election officials 8 days prior to the election. And so whether or not there's a provision in the law that stipulates you can add to or take away is not what we're here to debate. It says 8 days. That was not done within 8 days. And I don't think that it makes sense to have somebody working for a third-party provider that is subsequently sworn in to work as a poll worker who does not perform that duty. It represents a conflict of interest, in my opinion.
All right, and I don't mind if we're kind of laying a foundation to make us go a little faster in subsequent motions, but let's remember we're talking about Ms. Gross and issue 1. Anybody else got anything? Do we have a motion as to and Mr. Hearing Officer, I'll let you let me know if I perhaps say this in a way that would be inappropriate.
Well, the motion, I think, needs to be whether or not the allegations contained in count 1 were proven by preponderance of the evidence. I think that's the motion.
And I'll make that motion. The council has provided a preponderance of evidence.
And that, would you add that that you may reach that conclusion based on the facts and evidence presented in this hearing today? Do we have a second to the amended motion?
Second.
All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay? All right, moving on to issue 2, as to Ms. Gross, that you as part of the County Board of Election Commissioners violated election law by failing to post a full list of election officials at least 8 days before election day. Let's go ahead and open it up to discussion on this issue number 2.
I'll just reiterate, my issue remains that in addition to the fact that the law says 8 days, council argued that it doesn't say that you can't hire somebody new, but I don't see a provision in the law that explicitly enumerates what you can do. So if we're called to rule on what the law says, I'd rather rule on what it says, not what it says you cannot do. It's not our job to make up that rule.
I just want to concur with that. This law clearly states 8 days, even if you have to go back to county clerk and add them on later. 8 days, the election officials need to be posted to county clerk's office.
There's no further discussion on the issue. Would anyone like to make a motion?
I think you're better at the wording of it than I am. I make a motion that council did prove with the preponderance of evidence. Article 2 was violated. I don't know if I said that correctly. Forgive me.
I think so. You're saying that you feel like the state has proven by preponderance of the evidence that the allegation in issue number 2 as to Ms. Gross has been met based off the testimony and evidence presented in today's hearing?
Yes.
All right. Do we have a second to the motion? All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Any opposed, nay?
Smith's nay. No.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, I think there were, maybe you ought to do a hand count on that one. I think there were 3 yes.
I think it was 3 too, but yeah, we'll, just to be clear, same motion, all in favor, vote aye by raising your hand, please. Got Commissioner Clemmer, Commissioner Williams, Commissioner Brooks. Is aye. All opposed, nay, or I'm sorry, nay by raising your hand. Commissioner Luther and Commissioner Smith, thank you. I believe it passes on a 3-2 vote.
Requires a 4 vote.
4 vote. then the chair votes aye.
Wow.
I think it passed 3-2.
No.
I would point out under Robert's rules, the chair only gets to vote if there's a tie. You don't have a tie.
No, I think it passed 3-2. I
No, he
believe.
says it takes 4 votes to pass.
Oh, okay.
That's what he just said.
I don't know the procedure on that one, Mr. Lancaster. Mr. Madison, I want to go ahead and have you take a seat. I'm going to go ahead and swear you in, sir. All right. You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And how many votes does a motion need in order to pass?
So a normal motion under our rules requires a majority of the members present. However, to impose a sanction under our rules, it requires the affirmative vote of 4 members of the board. The secretary is eligible to vote on any motion before the board to cause it to pass. Under our rules of procedure.
Could you cite that rule, please?
Yeah, give me just a second. Let me grab the right form. I don't have the car citation, but under our rules of practice and procedure, section 1101, subsection 6, it says, and I quote, "A majority of the members of the board present shall vote on any matter before the board for any decision of the board to become effective. However, no sanctions for violations of election laws or voter registration laws may be imposed without the affirmative vote of at least 4 members." And so 4 positive members are needed, and the chair has the ability to vote even when it's not a tie, Mr. Lancaster.
All right, so I would like for you to cite the rule that says the Secretary of State can make a designee as the chair instead of being here and voting himself, because he's the chair, not Mr. Lee.
So under 7.4, I believe it's 101, I don't have the law book in front of me, the secretary, we can look it up, has the authority to designate someone here who has the ability to form the quorum and vote on the chair's behalf.
You know, this must be what the Germans felt like when they had to go with the Gestapo.
That's also called reading the law, Mr. Lancaster.
I object to that.
Hold on.
I don't.
Hold on.
Who asked?
All right. Mr. Madison, just for point of clarification, not to split hairs. So this motion was on whether or not the allegations were proven by preponderance of the evidence. Is it a completely different animal? Because that rule you just discussed was whether or not a sanction was applicable, and they're not quite there yet. Are we splitting hairs here?
No, sir. The way I'm applying this is that to get to the point of imposing a sanction, you have to prove the facts, which is what the issue was, in which case it would require a vote of 4 members of the board, which also provides greater due process for the respondents.
Okay. So there were 3 votes in favor, 2 against. The chair voted in favor. So the motion passed 4-2. All right. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Third allegation?
Third allegation. Again, this is as to Ms. Gross, that you, as part of County Board of Election Commissioners, violated election law by failing to ensure all election officials were either paid appropriately or, in the alternative, failed to appropriately document officials as waiving pay. So just start again, opening up to discussion if you may have any.
This one in my mind was a very cloudy issue. One of those payroll things, who paid who, how, when, who signed what document. I don't think, in my mind, this was proven upon preponderance of evidence.
The only question that I have, in the notice, it says, per the instructions on the affidavits, these affidavits should be housed with the payroll documents of the county clerk. The testimony was given that those were kept even if at the advice of the county clerk. So, in general, I agree, don't really know, but I am challenging that if there are instructions on legal documents, that they do need to be followed.
Any of the commissioners have any comments on this issue? Commissioner Smith.
I'd make a motion, we dismiss 3.
Would it be more appropriate for the motion to be that the state has failed to meet its burden of proof as to this issue?
Sorry, state has failed to meet the burden on issue 3.
Based on the evidence and testimony?
Based on the evidence and testimony presented today.
Do we have a second? We have a second, Commissioner Luther. All in favor, vote by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. It's, issue 3 is dismissed as of Ms. Gross. Moving on to issue 4.
Chairman.
Sorry, go ahead. Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to make a suggestion to the chairman that she would, whenever she files anything with the county clerk's office, make sure it's file marked and signed. So you have evidence of that.
All right, thank you. Moving on to issue number 4, as to Ms. Gross, that you, as part of the County Board of Election Commissioners, violated election law by failing to ensure that the Landis Fire Station polling locations with staff of 4 poll workers. Anybody want to start us off?
I would move that staff is proven by the facts and evidence presented today that issue 4 is correct.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay.
It's nay.
Go ahead, Commissioner Brooks.
I know a second came in there. This was the 3 poll workers. She called and asked the state board, and we gave her permission. State board gave her permission to have 3. Am I correct or wrong? I'm out of order.
I can't comment on the evidence, Commissioner. I'd love to be able to do it, but it would be very appropriate.
I would say, Commissioner Brooks, that the motion on the evidence is already passed. Now that doesn't necessarily affect the sanction subsequently. So, and we can, bring it up and we can bring that in discussion at that time potentially. All right, so that handles all 4 issues for Ms. Gross. So now we're going to move on to the Honorable Ken Weekly, going back to issue number 1.
Let me ask a question.
Yes.
On this, since we heard the evidence in the cross-examination, the questioning of the witnesses as the same, is there any reason that any of the members of the board would see fit to vote differently than they did on the 2 remaining individuals?
You've already made up your minds.
Is that appropriate?
Commissioner, you can certainly do it that way. I think it would be easier for the record and a clearer record if you did each respondent separately. But if you want to lump the allegations for the final 2 respondents based on any discussion that you have, you could certainly do that if you teed up the motion correctly.
Well, I'd just like to say, if that's how you want to do it for efficiency's sake, that's fine. But I just want to offer the opportunity, if any commissioners have I just want to be sure that everyone would vote the same way as to the following 2 respondents. But if everyone's certain they don't have any further discussion on the issue or
they've already made
that it
up
would be
their
different.
decision. So I'm going to go ahead and end this. I got to
Feel free to speak up.
It was not my intent to stop discussion rather than to say I would not anticipate, at least for myself, voting differently for the next 2 than I did for the first.